All right, welcome to Hangar 38. Here for the 2025 Four Quarters Online annual 16th annual media day. We want to give a huge shout out to Terry Johnston here. She's done a fabulous job setting this up for us. We definitely want to throw her just an amazing shout out for everything she's done. This is not the only event we host here. We've also hosted basketball, flag football, and hopefully a lot more in the future. So we're just going to kick it off. We now have the Ocilla Christian Warriors kicking off Media Day here at Hangar 38 and their head coach, Matt Wheeler. Coach, go ahead and talk to us about Ocilla Christian football for 2025.
So Ocilla Christian football, we were a little late getting started this summer. You know, I just took the job in mid-June. But we hit the ground running, foot on the gas, and it's been a great experience. I was at Florida High for 16 years, and then, long story short, God intercepted me and took me over to Ocilla, and it's been a great fit for me. I've really enjoyed it. And these guys have been nothing but phenomenal since the second I walked in the door. They are working their tails off in the weight room and through our summer conditioning. And you know, that's kind of our goal for this year, is to be the hardest working team out there, to be the hardest playing team on the field. And at the, you know, we want to be the last team playing. And these guys have taken all of the steps this summer to make that happen, and we're just going to continue to keep getting better as fall camp starts. Some of my guys here, I got Dimitri Davis, O-line, D-line, Cooper Wiles, quarterback, receiver, DB, athlete, Luke Kimmel, O-line, D-line, and senior Bryson Mills, receiver and DB as well.
Coach, last season, of course, we saw probably just an incredible run during the regular season. Just one W after one W in the win column. And then, of course, you get to the playoffs, and then everything just kind of comes to an abrupt end. But talk to me just about some of the energy that team brings back. I know you've got a fresh crop of new faces, but is there anything to pick up on from last season just to kind of continue those winning ways?
You know, I think the biggest thing is these guys are used to winning. I'm used to having success as well, so I think we're going to try to build off of that. We're not trying to compare ourselves to last year's team. They did a great job, ultimate respect for them, and Coach Colby and the job that he did in their season. But this is 2025, and we're just trying to be the best version of the 2025 Ocilla Warriors. Not trying to compare to last year or anything. We're trying to just go get better every single day.
Question for the guys that you brought with you. Talk to me just about the energy this season. What has the off season been like for you guys, and talk to me just a little bit about some of your goals this season.
The off season, we've been working hard. New coach, so it's a little bit different, but we're adapting well to what he's bringing in, and we have a bunch of faith that it's going to work out for us.
And I'll add on to that. I mean, we're here to compete, to play football games, to win. You know, it's nice. You know, the new summer. You know, we're doing everything new. We got a new coach, a lot of new kids joining the team. You know, we lost a lot of seniors, but I got faith in our coaching staff, and ultimately we're here to win and to be the state champions. So we're here to play.
I'm also going to add on. We have a lot of guys who like the game of football. They like to work hard. They want to get better, and it's shown in the weight room. They've got stronger, faster, bigger, and yeah.
This offseason has been a good one, in my opinion, and we are improving throughout the whole summer, and I'm hoping to go to state with my whole team, and I'll let the Lord take the wheel for that.
Quick question for Coach Wheeler. But I know you're fresh, but beyond wins and losses, what does a successful season look like for you guys for the program in terms of like player development and the team culture you're trying to establish?
It's a great question. So like I said, we want to walk off the field on a Friday night feeling like we left everything out there. We want to be the hardest working team. We want to be the hardest playing team. And I think that's some skills and some work ethic that gets instilled in players that I want them to take outside of football. You know, when they grow up and become husbands and fathers, that work ethic, because, you know, every day's tough. Life is tough. Being a dad's tough. Being married's tough. So I'm trying to make it as tough on them as I can through football so that they can be great men in the future.
Any questions from media up front?
Hey, Coach, with you starting with the team so recently, what was the getting together of your staff like? Was it guys that you kind of had been making a list for a while, or was it is it still is it complete yet? What was that like assembling your staff?
So like he said with that question, they had a year last year. They had a lot of success, so I think it would be not smart of me to reach out to the current staff and try to keep as many guys as possible. They know these guys better than I do just coming in. So that was my first goal, is as many coaches that were on staff already to keep them. And I was able to keep 3 of them. And they've been nothing but awesome and very supportive and just very helpful to me to get my foot in the door and kind of learn the culture and learn the kids. And then after that, you have your list and you reach out to who you can. And I was able to grab, a few more that way. So, yes, our coaching staff is complete, and I feel really good about it.
Coach, what would you say is the most challenging part when it comes to building a program, especially just coming off of a winning season the following year?
So the biggest challenge for me is just trying not to do too much too quick. There's steps that it takes to go through a program and to develop kids, and you can't do it all in one day. So patience, I think, has been the biggest challenge. That I want these guys to know the whole offense and know the whole defense and be great in the weight room and know the routines on day one. That's not going to happen. It takes weeks, it takes months, it's going to take years before we really develop the culture that I envision. So just having patience with it and trying to, every day show up and get better. If you can get a little bit better each day, slowly but surely that'll build.
Coach Willie, Patrick Henson. What's been the biggest positive takeaway or lesson you guys plan on expounding upon from summer workouts leading into this season?
So off of summer workouts, the thing I'm impressed with these guys the most is how hard they work. They have not feared away from any challenge that I've put. Things have changed. Things have not been easy. I've tried to make it hard on them, and they just respond. They just keep showing up, and they keep working hard, and every time I think they're going to be too tired or too fatigued or too mentally spent to do what I'm asking them to do, they just respond and they just keep doing it. I've been very, very impressed with how much these guys care about each other and how much they care about Ocilla football, that they have just put maximum effort day in and day out. So that was a huge surprise to me and something I was very impressed with.
Coach Wheeler, Dylan Jackson here. Question for you and the guys, if they want to answer on this too. At Florida High, you were the offensive line coach, and your main thing there was intensity off the ball. For you and the guys, have you seen any difference in your drills and everything with what you've been doing practice-wise, specifically toward like off the ball intensity?
I mean, everything is different. It's much more organized, and then the drills we're doing are different. We go from a man gap more style of offense to the zone and the RPO and stuff like that, and it's different. We've had to do tons of drills where it's a change of step, but the way the steps, our stances, wants it different. And then it's going to be better for us. So it's not used. We're not used to it, but in the end, it's going to make us better to the new things. So.
Yeah, like he said, it's different from what we're used to, but we're going to trust him because he's got the experience, and we're just going to play hard and do what he tells us because that's going to be the best for us in the end.
All right, one final question for everyone on the panel. Define this summer in one word.
Intense.
It's been difficult in a sense, but good.
It probably like learning, coaching.
Persistent.
All right, the Ocilla Christian Warriors. We want to thank them for coming out to this year's Media Day. We're going to take a small break, and we'll be joined up next by the Jefferson County Tigers. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Hangar 38, hosted by Four Quarters Online, and we are now joined by the Jefferson County Tigers and their head coach, their new head coach, Coach Eric Bright. Coach, I know it's only been it feels like only been a couple of weeks, really.
Yes, sir, it has.
Talk to me about the experience and what led you to taking over the program.
I'm gonna say God first. That's who led my decision. Just taking that leap of faith. I was taught, it's not how you do things. It's about, how God order your footsteps. And coming from Madison County, my family, they graduated from Jefferson County, so I had ties both ways. But it's just, how I look at it is an opportunity, to grow. An opportunity for my family to grow as well. In order for you to become the man that you want to be, you have to be able to take order of steps. And so that's how we did it. Just being in Jefferson County, growing up there has always been a blessing. I have a lot of friends there. Most of these kids, their parents I know just from being a kid, growing up over there. But it's a blessing. It's nothing short of a blessing. Yeah, it hurt to leave Madison County, my kids. But these kids here, they showed me, hey, Coach, we just as good. We just as focused. We want it just like those guys do. And, it's just a blessing to be there to lead these young men and them to accept me as their coach. The first day in, we met on a Wednesday, and then we came in for a cleanup on Sunday. The whole team showed up. And so that let me know that these kids are buying in. They want to coach, and they want coaches. And during the meeting, the team meeting with parents, one of the kids said, Coach, we want loyalty and consistency. And I looked at myself like that. I'm consistent and I'm loyal. And so that's what these kids want, and that's what they're going to get. Every day we're going to demand their best. I have a great coaching staff. I have over 10 or 15 coaches. Most of them come from Madison. I have a couple community coaches that's from Jefferson County. So, these kids, they got a great support staff right now. All they have to do is just buy in, see the vision. The vision is to see a little, we'll get a lot. And so that's our mindset, that's our goal. And finish the fourth quarter. That's what we're preaching every day. Going into workouts, attacking the workouts every day. So that's our mindset.
Coach, take a minute and tell me about not only the program, but also introduce your guys who you brought with you today.
All right, right here on the far side, right here, we got Mr. Pittman. He's going to be playing athlete for us. Right here, Mr. Crumity. He's going to be playing outside linebacker. Both of these guys are seniors. I brought a young guy here, number 7, Mr. Chambers. He's a leader. He's our Mike linebacker, very vocal, downhill guy. Right here, we have Mr. Campbell, number 9. He's going to be playing defensive end and outside linebacker as well. Right here, we have Mr. Bear. That's his nickname. But that right here is Mr. Howard. He's strictly about business. And on the far end, both of these guys are going to be playing guard and tackle for us. On the far end, we have Mr. Hatchett Jr. And so, we excited for these guys to give them this opportunity, to give them this platform.
Now, Coach, one of the things that I always look at is that, I always try to look at the coach's background and where he comes from and kind of the energy that he brings, but also some of the pedigree that he brings. You coming over from Madison, obviously, the secret over there is it really ain't no secret. Everybody has a clear understanding, but also if you go back a few more years, Jefferson County also has a great history in football as well.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me a little bit about your vision for the program and where do you see things going?
So my vision for the program is to create great fathers and young men. That's the main thing. My coach always taught me, you leave a place better than you found it. I can say these guys here, they're very respectful. They're going to always say, yes, sir, look in your eyes when they're talking, and that's the main thing. And so with me, coming from Madison, I was taught that. That was my pedigree. Be a young man, be respectful, respect everybody in the room. You respect the custodians all the way to the CEO. And so these kids right here, they're just buying into it. The vision is, yes, we want to win state championships. That's everybody's goal. But my goal is for the kids to be great fathers and husbands. And like Coach Willer said from Ocilla, it's hard to be a dad. It's hard to be a husband, and it's hard. But life is hard. But the game of football can teach you the qualities and everything you need. So these guys here, they see the vision. The vision, like I said earlier, see a little, you'll get a lot. And the saying behind that is, don't look at the big picture right now, 10, 20 years from now. Right now, you got to see the little picture right now. See why you go to school every day. See why your mom get on to you every day. See the little things, and then once you become a father, a husband, whatever you may be, you'll be able to handle those adversities whenever life hits you. And see, me as a father and a son, both of my parents can't work anymore. So I have to take up the slack. Football instilled in me how to be a man. Both of my mom and my dad go to dialysis. My dad has cancer. But at the same time, I can't let that affect me because I got to lead young men. And so just being who I am and being the qualities that's been instilled in me, it's just, having a chip on your shoulder to prove everybody wrong, but also prove yourself right. And so had I just laid down and just sat down on myself, then I wouldn't have felt good. But no, it's about seeing that vision, seeing a little, and then God's going to always reward you that big picture once you have, once you're a faithful servant. And so, like I said, I got faith in him. I got faith in these kids. I got faith in the community. And so, yes, Jefferson has always been a powerhouse, and they have a couple years where they kind of stumble. And it's like a lack of consistency in coaching. And that's what me and my coaching staff bring from Madison County. We bring consistency. We're going to bring energy. We're going to bring juice. And then also you can see I'm youth. I'm young. So they're going to have somebody that can kind of relate to him on the personal level as well, too.
Question for Mr. Crumity. Hey, I just want to ask you, every year there's always a Crumity at Jefferson County. How many of y'all is it?
Probably like, I don't know. It's a lot.
It's got to be. We've been doing this for so long, and every year at Jefferson County, from somewhere, there's a Crumity on the squad. Talk to me a little bit about your family's legacy with football, because they seem to go hand in hand.
It run deep on my daddy's side. Everybody basically play football. That's basically like the only thing everybody play sports. So like football is majority of what everybody play on that side. So like you say, it's always a lot of Crimities on Jefferson.
All right, question for the guys. Talk to me a little bit how the summer has been for you guys, especially working under your new head coach, who's just taking over the reins. But what has summer been like for you guys?
This summer it's been very challenging and intense, but hard working. Like everybody buying in, doing what they got to do to make progress and get the goal done.
Like summer been good. Just want to win. Yes, that's it.
It's been a long progress, but we just staying patient, being focused, and working hard every day.
Something been good. Just you gotta like the young guys on the team. You gotta start them from trying to give up and push them to work harder. Let's go get a ring.
Like they said, the summer been hard. It's real challenging. Our coaches push us a lot, and they make us work harder and believe in our team as a bond, as brothers and a family. And hopefully we have a good season. We work hard and give all we got.
Summer been good. We got coaches now that'll push us, challenge us, and it ain't easy. You feel me? But we getting there. As long as we buy in, we should be straight.
Hey, to the guys that have been with the team for a while, talk to us about the climb. No wins a couple years ago, 6 last year, now to where you're at right now. Talk to us about what that's been like, what the steps have been like for you.
I mean, I've been playing since 8th grade, so it's like it done been progress all throughout the way. That's what we want to continue doing, the same thing, such as winning and bringing something different to, bringing the old Jeff.
It's been a long journey, but we all just sticking together and sticking beside each other and just working hard.
These past couple of years, we had multiple head coaches, but I feel as if every year we always be better and get together as a family. And as this year passed by, I like this family, and we work together, work hard together, and prosper, and we'll reach out together.
Coach, I'm Peter Holland, Tallahassee Democrat. I don't mean to get in your business a little bit, but how old are you specifically?
I just turned 29.
In 29?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever thought that you were going to be a head coach this young, or it was just more of you already had it in you right until you start the career as a head coach?
I think I already had it in me. I'm a very confident guy in myself. Like I said, just coming from Madison, you have to have self-belief. It's crazy because I work at a juvenile center in Greenville, and so I have a vision tablet that I wrote down, and I said I want to be a head coach before I turn 30. And 8 days later, I got a call from the superintendent saying that he wanted to interview me. And so, like I said, God always ordered my footsteps. He's ahead of my life. I think I'm prepared. I know I'm prepared. But like I said, just God has a funny way of making things work. I always said I want to be a head coach. Just following my head coach, Mike Cole, his footsteps, and just being in his program since 8 years old and just seeing how he work and being diligent. And so, like I said, I know I'm prepared. I got him as my mentor to help me out on this whole deal, to help me out. And I know I also got God, and I got my guys. I got my family. So being so young, like I said, I'm youth, so I can kind of relate to these kids more on a personal level than some older coaches can. Not to knock on them, but it's just saying I was just in their shoes a couple years ago. I just graduated and just stopped playing football from Tuskegee University 5 years ago. So it's just like I have a great background that I can kind of relate and being knowledgeable to the kids. So being youthful is very good right now.
Want to follow up with the players. Just describe what Coach Bright has been to y'all so far, and just having a young head coach to go to the program.
He been like motivational, inspirational, and encouraging us and telling us to do our best and give our best at all times. First, second, third.
What was the question again?
I was asking what's like to have a young head coach in the program, and like what's the best way that you can describe Coach Bright?
I'll say what's best with him. You know, he young and we young, so like we can connect better than having like he said with older coaches. So I feel like he bring a lot to us because he can show us like stuff that he did, like stuff like that.
Boy. It's like motivation, offense, defense, do their job. Like I gotta think something else. Feel me? Like it just a blessing to have a young coach with us.
Some things I can say about Coach Bright, he's a father figure, a mentor, and a coach. And we thankful that he is with us right now. And so we can grind with him and succeed in life. And he teaches a lot about life and the things that's hard about life, and we can get through it together. And that's something I like about Coach Bright.
One thing I could say about Coach Bright, when he see us giving up, he push us to go harder. Like the young guys, they want to give up, and we push them to keep going. You know.
He showed love since the first day we came. He always challenged us, but he always come in and be ready to practice every day, ready to work.
Hey, Coach Bright, Pat Henson, 4 quarters online. Quick question for you. What's one aspect of the playbook or scheme that you've seen from the summer that's really sharp, and what's an area that you really hope to sharpen and refine coming into the season?
Right now, I know we're really strong and fast on defense. Just seeing the guys from the spring game, they hustle to the ball. They looking to put a hat on the hat. And offensively, you know, it's always a change when you're coming in just literally like 4 weeks in. So the offensive change is always a big gap to kind of fill. But I think these guys are handling it well. We have very great skill. The line is very strong and big, but the defense is very strong. And then offensively, we'll click. and then they will get there. And, you know, it's always a climb. It's always a change. But I think defensively, that's our strongest point right now, is fitting up a hat on a hat.
What have been some of the points of focus for establishing, you know, deeper chemistry and trusting each other and things of that nature?
We do a lot of team bonding. Every day we're going to do something with team bonding. Whether it's on Thursday, we're going to get, you know, somebody going to feed us, and we're in there doing fellowship. Or throughout the week, we're going to do a 4-quarter drill. 4-quarter drill is pretty much us pushing our limits. And like Mr. Pittman said, we teach first, second, third, and fourth. But we also teach overtime, all right, because the game can go into overtime. So we always want to get that extra drive in and just making these guys feel comfortable. They're not used to coming into the office. Now they can come in there freely. First day I got there, kid knocked on the door. Hey, coach, what you doing? Yeah, it's a family here. And that's what I'm big on. Even coming from the middle school in Madison, my high school kids used to beat me inside my office, and they be in there eating all my snacks and stuff like that. So these guys, they have a coach and coaches that they can look forward to come in and chat to them. And every day we come in, we can always talk. We're always going to talk life, talk ball, but we're all going to take, not preaching, not giving up, you know, and not, you know, making sure that you take care of your family. I'm big on taking care of your parents. Like I said, my mom, my dad are sick, so I'm going to instill these guys, hey, man, take care of your mom, take care of your dad. Like, do this for your family. If you want to give up on yourself, don't give up on your family. So that's what we're instilling.
What's the biggest difference you feel you guys and your bunch of administration are bringing in as far as readiness and consistency and confidence and principles like that for the team?
Every day I challenge my coaches. I'm the second youngest coach on my staff, and so all my older coaches come from being under Mike Cole as his teacher. And so, you know, coming from him and his staff, you have to be ready and prepared. And so I challenge my guys every day. Always have a plan. Always find the little things to get your guys better. Yeah, they can be strong point in this, but you also want to find the smallest thing that they need to work on consistently, because the game is a game of inches. And so little things can get you beat. It will get you beat. So we harp on the little things. Like I said, see a little, we'll get a lot.
All right, one final question. Coach, one of the things that we always try to do is we always try to put a litmus test on what the season outcome might be, but everything that you have said, just listening to your vision and everything like that, where do you see the program in the next 5 to 10 years under your leadership?
In the next 5 to 10 years, I see the program thriving under my leadership. Like I said, I'm going to be very consistent. I'm going to be there. I'm in the community. The guys will see my face. I ride through the neighborhoods. I have a great connection with moms already. I call them mama. And so, you know, you have to just go in and be yourself. I'm not trying to go in and be anybody. I'm not trying to go in and change the ways that that the head coach before me came. But I'm also just trying to change their mindsets about, you know, finishing, being those kids, you know, that you know, have some swagger about yourself. You always got to have a little swagger about yourself. So my biggest thing is just keeping these kids confident, keeping them, you know, headstrong, focusing on school, because I'm a dean inside the schoolhouse, so they'll see me inside the school. And I also interact with my kids. I walk inside the classroom. I also do assignments with those guys. And so just being able to bring this over to Jefferson County, I think it's going to be a great vision for us. And it goes from the bottom to the top. And so we want to take from the youth to the middle school to the high school. So it's just not for these guys. These guys are just a stepping stone to show the younger generation what Tiger football will be for the next couple of years.
All right, Coach, thank you so much for bringing out your team and for joining us here at Media Day. We're going to pause and take a quick 2-minute break, and we will be joined by FAMU DRS coming up next on the panel.
Test, 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 test. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check.
All right, welcome back to Media Day here at Hangar 38. While we're here, we want to give a huge shout out to Terry Johnston here, who's manager here at Hangar 38. She's done a great job. She's got gift cards for everybody so they can go play some games. She's just done a great job hosting this event for us, so we want to throw her a huge shout out. We also want to thank the Jacksonville Jaguars. They reached out to us over the summer and were very interested in high school football in this community, so they have a great display downstairs and have some swag for everybody who's here. So we want to give a huge shout out to them as well. Joining us on the panel now, we have Coach Rogers, who is an assistant here at FAMU DRS and the FAMU High Baby Rattlers. Coach, go ahead and take it away. Tell us about this year's edition of FAMU High football.
Okay, well, we're really excited to be here. We're welcoming in a new era of FAMU football. I know for the last few years, it's been a lot of people ready to wait and see for a FAMU High program to come back to what it used to be. I got here around 2 years ago. We were real young. We had a lot of freshmen on varsity, and a lot of those guys, they've grown up. We matured a lot. We worked hard. We finally got a little depth. Normally we're kind of low in numbers, but our numbers are pretty good this year compared to what we normally have. We should be somewhere around 35, maybe 40 this year. I remember finishing the season with 15, 16 guys our last game of the season. So we had a lot of depth issues when it came to finishing games, and we worked hard. We got some guys who stuck around, who hung in there. They didn't leave and go to other schools. We got a really good line. We look pretty good in the trenches. We have a nice display of athletes this year. We're ready to rock and roll.
All right, Coach, go ahead and introduce your team. Who'd you bring with you?
I'm going to let each one of them introduce themselves and their position and their classification, starting over here on the end.
I'm Isaiah Butler, class of 2026. I play quarterback, and I'm an athlete. I play both sides.
I'm Jalen Rogers, class of 28. I play O-line, D-line.
I am Donnell Jean, class of 2026, O-line, D-line.
I'm Alex Howard, class 26. I play O-line, D-line.
Coach, you talked about just looking at some of the pieces, and you know, everything can be built off of numbers, but I know you guys are looking for quality as well, especially from some of the seniors and some of the upperclassmen. Talk to me just about mentality, because you know I know Cat's out of the bag, you know, the 0-10 season, but we did see flashes here and there, and you know what we know about football, you know, sometimes you just have to put together 1 or 2 quarters, and that can be enough to get you over the hump and build some momentum. Talk to me just about what you've seen from your guys that says, hey, we might be able to right the ship this year.
I'm going to start with the competition standpoint. We got a lot of guys competing for spots. Nothing was given. We started everything over. Everybody's fighting for everything. O-line, D-line, secondary, receivers. So a lot of that depth. We got a lot of iron sharpened iron this year. We got some really good athletes that we like to get in space. And just the competitiveness from the field to the weight room to just the way we carry ourselves on and off the field. I've just seen a big difference in a lot of the guys who've been here through the whole thing, and they're ready to compete. I mean, now we got a little more depth, so I think it changes things for what we can do and how we can do it offensively and defensively. We look to spread it around. We look to tote it. We look to have an explosive team this year.
Question for the quarterback. You know, I had a chance to watch you as well. Looking at some of the pieces that, you know, a couple of plays here and there, a couple of positive runs here and there. Talk to me just about what it's like just trying to kick that door open and sustain drives so that you all can be able to have a successful offense going into the season.
Mm-hmm. So, season in my summer. Last year we started with depth also, but once the season came along, we didn't have it. So this year, since we have the depth and we're all working together, that chemistry will be here won, and we'll just be like last year. We had players coming in and out, so it was they didn't know the plays, so then we had out of character or just a piece that wasn't meant to be in the puzzle. But now with the team, we all here, we all consistent, so we just here to work and we just got to play.
Question for the rest of the guys as well. Talk to me a little bit about just having that sense of pride, going about not only your assignment, but looking at what would happen if we're able to put together a complete game and how that momentum can build for the rest of the season.
I think if we work together and we come together, our team can be pretty great this year. Because like Coach said, we got a bunch of depth and it's very competitive. And we got athletes that's willing to work hard and to come in to try to keep their spot or take spots. So I think if we come in, we can be pretty great this year.
Another thing too is getting guys to buy in. When guys buy in, I feel like that really boosts your program because you have everybody on the team that's passionate about what they do. You know, the team is gonna click just like a well-oiled machine. Every car part does its own thing. So everybody on the team, you know, does their part and take pride in that. Will be good.
I feel like since we got a pretty good team this year, so I feel once we work on starting fast, we're gonna be, because we're a pretty explosive team this year. It just take us a minute to get started, but once we get started, I feel like we're gonna have a good season.
Coach, there's an incredible legacy at FAMU DRS. A lot of times I don't think people really understand football just kind of goes in phases. Like it just ups and downs to it. Typically when a team is experiencing this, I like to quote Bobby Bowden. He said, first you lose big, then you lose by a little, then you win by a little, and then you win big. Do you feel like you guys got the pieces to be able to accomplish that?
Yes, I do. I think we have a great team. I think we have the most promising team I've seen since I've been here. Depth-wise, skill-wise, athletically, playmaker-wise, we have quite a few playmakers on the team. I don't want to get too in-depth because there have been some years that we kind of reached out and touched that, and we didn't reach that potential because of whatever the reason was with depth or with scheme. But this year, I like the way the defense is looking. I like the way we're fighting, competing all the way back from our spring game. I saw some new flashes. I saw some no quit. I seen some. I think we scored 5 touchdowns in the second half to bring the game back within 1 touchdown. I mean, we fought things I wasn't seeing before I saw, and I think we got a lot better since the spring game. And we got more depth since the spring game. I think we got a chance to be pretty good this year.
Hey, Coach, Patrick Henson, Four Quarters. What were some of those biggest takeaways that you guys implemented from the spring game that you think you guys can really capitalize on leading into the season and having a good season?
Starting fast was one of them. We didn't start the way we wanted to, but we did finish the way we anticipated. The no quit in the guys. They showed us a lot because we got down early with a few mistakes, and we cleaned them up. We battled. We dug deep. We came together. We didn't point fingers. We weren't making excuses. We all made up in our mind at the halftime we were going to get it together. We was going to make some plays and get back in this game, and that's what we did. So in the past, a lot of times we got down and everybody kind of rolled over. But I seen something different this year. I've been seeing it all summer. I've been seeing the fight with the guys showing up to summer workouts when it's optional, and they're there and run the extra work after practice in that heat that we all know about. I seen a lot. So I'm real proud to be a part of it this year because I've been part of the ups and downs of it, and I'm real excited for what's to come.
Without giving anything away specifically, is there a particular area, whether it's special teams, defense, offense, that you think the viewers and fans could be excited about seeing some really explosive plays and playmaking with?
We got better as a whole, all the way around, offense, defense. The biggest thing I would say is we're going to put some points up this year. That's going to happen. We gotta make our stops, and we gotta just start fast. That's one of our biggest mottos from this summer is getting going early and just continuing throughout the game, staying consistent. Again, as I said, we got quite a few playmakers, so we look to get some of those guys in space and see what they can do.
All right, one final question for the guys. Define this season in one word.
I said it's gonna be mind blowing to some of the fans, so we can show them what we can do.
I would say unexpected, because the last couple of years we had our downs, and this year we're gonna make some things shake and people not gonna know what to think.
I would just say different. It's entirely different. It's not the same as it's been the last 2 years.
And for me, I'm gonna just say exciting because I'm just ready to play. You feel me?
All right, if there are no more questions for the FAMU DRS Baby Rattlers, we want to thank them for coming out to Media Day 2025. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be joined by our next team up on the panel, the Leon Lions. welcome back to 4Q Media Day 2025 here at Hangar 38. It is a great atmosphere here. If you haven't been out here to Hangar 38, they have bowling, they have food, they have games, and so much more. We want to throw a huge shout out to them for hosting us. And I believe it's the third or fourth year that we've been here. First time being able to host High School Football Media Day. And we want to throw a huge shout out to Terry Johnston, who's done an amazing job here with the game cards and being able to set up a fantastic environment. So we also want to thank the Jacksonville Jaguars. They sent over a ton of swag over across I-10 just in support of high school football in the North Florida area. So a huge shout out to them as well. Joining us now, we have a familiar face in a familiar position, but we have head coach Ricky Bell and the Leon Lions joining us here on the panel. Coach, thank you so much for coming out and bringing your team. Go ahead and take 2 minutes and talk about this year's edition of Leon football, and go ahead and introduce who you brought with you.
All right. Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. First, I'll start out introducing these young men that have been working hard all spring and all summer. To my far left are seniors, Jeremiah Lalane. He plays wide receiver and defensive back. He's a three-sport athlete. He also runs track and plays basketball. We have Bryce Cameron, who plays wide receiver and some defensive backs, and he's a kick returner. He also is a senior. He's an outstanding player. Our quarterback is Brooks Warmack. He'll be a senior. He's got a real strong arm, and he's picking up the offense real quick, and so he's going to be a great player for us this year. To my far right is Nicholas Akambe. He's a two-way player. He plays defensive end and tight end, very athletic young man. And then to my immediate right is James Butler. He's a junior, and he plays defensive back, receiver, and tailback. He's also a very talented athlete, and he's going to do great things for the Lions this year. As far as what I'm looking for this team, first let me say, I'm sure it's no surprise, it's been 27 years since I played in high school, okay? And so really, nothing's changed. The kids haven't changed. Blocking and tackling hasn't changed. What's changed is the technology, and that's probably where I'm lost. I'm a dinosaur when it comes to that. But I've hired some good coaches, some good young coaches that they understand huddle and max preps and all these things that you go on and look and see. And downstairs they ask for my X account and my Instagram account. I don't have those. I have a telephone and I have an email. So best way to get hold of me is to call me on the phone and I'll answer. But anyway, I've got high hopes for the Leon Lions this year. We've got a lot of talent out there, and really my goal this year when I came in was to make a difference in these young men's lives and make a difference on that football field. Because when they leave Leon, I want them to be proud of what they accomplished there. Okay, if you work hard, I believe that hard work pays off, and these kids have been working hard, and I just believe in my heart that's going to pay off for them. Like I said, I've got 10 coaches, well 9 right now. I'm still looking for another one, but I've got 6 varsity coaches and I've got 3 junior varsity coaches, and they're all working hard, and they're good men, and they're good role models for these young men. Leon, when I left Leon in 1992, we were state runner-ups. And I don't think they've been back anywhere close to that since. Not saying that was on me. I'm just saying we had a group of good coaches and some good players. I coached Carlos Roll right there at Rickards High School. I left Leon and went to Rickards, and I coached Quinn Lewis, their head coach. And he was part of that 95 team that was Rickards' first ever district champion and first ever regional playoff team. All right, and so I remember bought T-shirts for him that says the best ever. But Quentin surpassed all that. He took him to the state runner-up, and he's done a great job at Rickards. I'm so proud of him. But anyway, let's talk about Leon football. Traditionally, Leon has been a great, great football team. Has won, 3 state championships, been a runner-up many times. And probably the last 3 or 4 years, they haven't done as well as I thought they should have. I've looked out there and I've seen talent out there, and I just feel like they could have been better than what they were. And that's my goal, is to make these young men, or work these young men, so they can be the best that they can be. And I want to hold them accountable for their actions. I want them to hold them accountable for each other. Because that's what it takes to win as a team, and you can't have players coming and going. You gotta have unity, and you gotta have togetherness, and you gotta hold. And when the players start holding each other accountable for their actions and their time, then that's when you really got a good team. So I'm looking for great things out of these young men. I'm not going to tell you how many wins we're going to have or how many losses we're going to have. We want to win every one of them. That's our goal. And Vince Lombardi once said, winning is contagious, but unfortunately so is losing. Okay? So you got to work to win. You got to work to win, because that's the goal. That's why we're out here. That's why we're sweating every day. And that's why we're working so hard and lifting weights and practicing is to win. You're here to win the game, and that's our goal.
All right, Coach. Man, I feel like you've been around, and you've already talked about your pedigree and everything. But just being around the game and watching it evolve, there's something to me. There's always been something special about high school football in this particular area. I've talked to people from across the country, all up north. I've had places where I've been, and I always try to tell them, no, there's something different about this area. I think for the amount of talent that has come out of this area is just absurd. There have been more athletes to come out of the Tallahassee area, and I know you've been able to see and kind of watch high school football grow into what it's become now. Talk to me just about some of the things that you feel about this particular brand of Tallahassee football that makes it special here, year in and year out.
Well, number one, it's the athletes, and it's the dedicated coaches that's been in this area over the past many years. And I've seen a lot of great athletes. I've coached a lot of great athletes while I was at Leon, and as the head coach at Rickards, I coached Tamark Vanover, Tony Lomack, Brad Culpepper, Kelvin Randolph, Terry Mickens, who played in the Super Bowl. When I went to Rickards, I coached the Cowboys. I coached Carlos Rowe. I coached Quentin Lewis, Freddie Moore, Elton Patterson, both Tim and Antonio Carter, all greats, from Rickards that went on and had great careers. I just think it's the hard work ethic that's in this area, and the dedicated coaches and players that make the great teams.
Patrick Henson, 4 quarters, Coach. As you just mentioned, you've dealt with a variety of talent over the years. You've seen the way the landscape and the way the game has changed over time, and some of the things you said have stayed the same. When you're regarding dealing with talent and things of that nature and preparing and positioning your team for success, how do you what are the key areas of focus for you preparing your team both mentally and physically for that level of success?
Well, to me, the key is repetition. It doesn't matter how many plays you got or what scheme you got. If you can't execute your plays, then you're not going to be very successful. And a wise man told me one time, in a crisis situation, think of players, not plays. In other words, who's going to make the play? Which kid on that team do you believe is going to come through, with the ball and make the play? Not necessarily are you designing a play. Who can make the play? That's what you think of.
Hey, Coach. Hey, Ben. So, did you ever think you were going to get back into doing this? And if not, how hard was that to make that jump back into it and to assemble your coaching staff for where you are now?
Well, let me say this. It's been wonderful since I've been back in it, but it wasn't on my bucket list, okay? And I guess what got me back in it, when they advertised the job, of course, I had no intentions of applying for it. Coaching is really a young man's game. And so they went through several applicants at Leon, and several of them turned the job down. And I'll go ahead and say it. My son, who's the AD, he said, Dad, will you do this for a couple of years? I said, "Son, I'm 70 years old. I only got about a couple left." But anyway, I told him I would do it because I felt like these kids needed direction, and I just felt like I could give that to them.
Question for the guys. I think one of the highlights, sometimes, me personally, I identify with being on a team that goes 1-9, and that's not a good feeling. But the one thing that I do know that stands out is that when you finally get that first win, it's like you prove to everybody, like, man, we can do this. Talk to me just about that last win on the year, because I know I was watching. I was kind of like, man, I know this team has flashes here and there, and they can pull it together. Just talk to me, for those who played last year, just talk to me just about that last win over Westside and kind of just being able to ride that momentum going through the summer into the season.
We had a very tough year, obviously, and so by the end, all of our effort was concentrated on what we actually had went through, like our job and our assignments and everything that we had 9 weeks through the season to practice, that we can, and so it proved that we could win a game and that we were a capable football team to some extent. And I think this year is going to reflect how we continued through the summer, spring, summer, now in the fall camp, that we're a better football team and that we have better players, we have a better coach, we have everything. So.
Oh, God. These guys told me before they came up here, they said, "Coach, we like our actions to speak for us. Do we have to talk?" I said, "Well, if you get asked a question." And talking about, what you said about confidence. I've been the head coach at 2 other schools, at Quincy Shanks, like I was 29 years old, and they hadn't won a game in like 3 years, and I took over, and we lost our first 4 games. And we beat the Mighty Lions, okay, 15-14. And I don't think Quincy had ever beaten Leon. Gene Cox was the head coach. And so from that point on, we only lost 1 game. We ended up going 500, okay, which was a big step at Quincy back then. And it was because of that win. That one win over the Leon, who at the time, that was 1983, I think. They were rolling. They were dominating everybody. And like I said, I took over a program that hadn't won many games. And then when I went to Rickards, they had won 2 games in 3 years. And it, like you said, Bobby Bowden said, it's a process. You start, you got to learn how to win. You got to learn how to work. You got to learn how to commit yourself. And as you grow, you get better and better and better. And I just feel this team is going to jump out. Hopefully we've passed the lose big stage. That was last year. Okay, we moved past that. So I want to be on the win big stage this year. So anyway, I'm proud to be here, and I know these young men are. If you have more questions for them, you're going to have to stick the mic in their mouth.
Coach, is there a particular area of the playbook, and whether it's special teams, defense, or offense, that you're particularly excited about?
Well, probably when I first got there, the strength of our team is probably our receivers and defensive backs, our skill players. And we really didn't have many linemen. We had a couple of linemen, but we've gotten some transfers over the summer that I think are going to help us out. And we really don't have one star running back. We need that star running back, that key, marquee running back, which we're trying to develop 1 or 2 of those. But anyway, that's probably our weakness, and our strength is probably going to be in our passing game. But as you know, you can't throw the ball every down and expect to win. You can't go 3 and out and punt and then you put your defense back on the field. That makes the game go on and on and on. And so you got to develop a good running game if you're going to have a great passing game.
Coach Bell, Dylan Jackson here. I came out to a 7-on-7 this summer against Wakulla, and I noticed that an increase in numbers and players out there this year. You know, talk about how you've been able to bring the excitement back for Leon football and get more and more kids out.
Well, this summer we've averaged probably between our varsity players, which are right now is our 10th graders and 11th graders and going to be 12th graders, and we've had about 45 of those show up regular, and then there's about 40 freshmen that are coming out, and so we try to mix freshmen in the best we can in the 7-on-7 matches that we've had this summer, and of course we work them every day in practice. So I just think the fact that they're involved and they're having a good time. I like to make practice fun. I mean, it's work and it's some drudgery sometimes, but it can be fun if you make it fun, like Quentin Lewis knows how to do, right, fellas?
I got a question for the players. Peter Holland, Tallahassee Democrat. Guys, I know it's hard from losing season, coaching changes, and having to start with a new head coach. But what has it really been the process of the offseason, having with an established coach like Coach Ricky, and what is something that you learned from him throughout the offseason so far?
Well, I think Coach Bell has really established order in our team, you know, hard work and work ethic and all that. And I've learned to just make every throw count, just for me, you know, every throw, every catch. Everything needs to be crisp. And I think precision is a big thing we've hammered this summer. Precision and doing things the right way. Don't take reps off. And, yeah, just hard work. And so, yeah, that's that.
He just taught us hard work. You got to keep working.
Come on, Jeremiah. Spit it out.
I mean, good. We got Coach Bell. The team looks better, feels better. Like, it's about, and yeah, that's all I gotta say. It's like a new team.
James is shy.
You just showed us how to work together as a team and just go to bond.
Y'all hear that?
Coach, who's the most talkative up here? Because I know you see a different picture at practice.
Conway's pretty talkative. He's pretty talkative in practice. He likes to speak his mind. Okay. James won't say anything. He just plays hard. Same with Jeremiah. Bryson and Brooks, they're pretty talkative.
Okay.
Brooks probably the most. You know, he's a good leader as a quarterback. He's a good leader.
Who's your coach on the field? Oh, okay.
Probably, yeah. Probably him. I got to stand right behind him in reps and tell him who to throw it to. So. Trying to drill it into his brain.
What's something that Coach Bell says over and over again? You'll never forget it.
Tell him, Carlos. No, when we would scrimmage, and they're learning this. We scrimmage a lot because I think that's the key to winning is play together as a team. And when we'd score, tell them what I'd say, Carlos. Kick it. Every time we'd score in scrimmage, we'd kick the extra point, and then we'd turn it around on 20 and go the other way. And we scored on the other side. What would say, Carlos? Kick it. They'll never forget that.
Patrick Henson, 4 quarters coach. I know typically we hear teams say, "Oh, we want to go to state, we want to win district or regionals." Aside from that, is there any particular goal that you've set for yourself returning back to the season and, to the team for your return?
Yeah, of course, everybody's goal is to win all your games. But like I said at the beginning, I want to put a product on that field that the fans and the school and the other their schoolmate classmates are proud of, and that they're proud of. So when the game's over, whether we won or lost, we showed some pride and we played hard and we were in the game to win. We had a chance to win, and trust me, if we're in the game to win and have a chance to win, we're gonna win more than we lose. We're gonna win more than we lose. I can promise you that.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Leon Lions, we want to thank Coach Bell for joining us and his team for also coming out to Media Day 2025. Coach, thank you so much. We're going to take a small break, and when we come back, we will be joined by the Maclay Marauders.
Good job.
Test. Check. Check. All right, welcome back to 4Q Media Day 2025 here at Hangar 38. We are now joined by Sloan and the Maclay Marauders. Coach, thank you so much for coming out to Media Day. Go ahead and take a couple of minutes and tell us all about Marauder football for this season, and go ahead and introduce who you brought with you.
All right. Well, first, thanks for having us. As far as Marauder football this year, I know we're super excited. We're ready to get going Monday morning, 6 a.m. I know these guys are jacked up to get out there. As coaches, we are too. For the season, we're really trying to build off what we had last year, keep all the positives, but kind of change it, put our own stamp, put our own style on it. We've had a really, really good spring, a tremendous summer. These guys have really dedicated to the weight room. That's one thing we've really preached and talked about a lot, trying to shift our focus to the weight room. We really want a program that is physical, tough, and disciplined, and we've really been preaching that, working on that every day. So we'll go ahead and introduce the guys down here. We got Abram Wildrick. He's a class of 26, offensive line, defensive line. Justin Murphy, also class of 26, offensive line, defensive line. Bo Bashirs, class of 27, quarterback and defensive back. And then Henry Richardson, class of 27, receiver, defensive back.
Coach, man, you guys was really fun to watch last season. Great run, especially in the playoffs. I think you guys turned it a lot of heads. And really, arguably, I would say maybe one quarter away from being able to get through that ultimate door. But I think the program definitely has established itself as being one of those that's on the rise. Talk to me just and the things that you would like to continue going into this season.
I think that, like you said, the momentum's been huge. You said one quarter. I think I'd argue with you and say we were one drive away from really doing even bigger things. All these guys up here played huge roles in that. So I think that's really continued through the spring into the summer. It's also been awesome because all these guys are multi-sport athletes. Maclay athletics as a whole has really had a great year. They've all been involved in regional or state competition in terms of football, lacrosse, weightlifting, baseball. So I think that momentum just as a whole athletic department has been huge, and kind of learning what it takes to win. We've talked a lot about, as a group, the games we did lose last year, how close we were, and it really came back to physicality and discipline, in a lot of those areas. And so them having a firsthand view as contributors of how close we were and really what it takes and is going to take for us to get over the hump has been huge.
Coach, one of the things, you get so much time in the summer to just really kind of bond with the team and everything. What has been the most significant thing that has stuck out to you over the summer workout period?
I think just their excitement and what we do. I can say from my standpoint, I haven't had a single bad day this summer. At the facility, we show up and these guys are excited to be here. They come in with smiles. That I think they genuinely love to be around each other. I know I love being around them. So I think that has really carried over, and you can see that in their attitude and their push with each other. Because when you enjoy what you do, it's a lot easier to work hard, than when you don't really like what you're doing. And so I think this summer their commitment, their dedication, and just their overall joy of being together has been really good to see.
Coach Patrick Henson, 4 quarters on. Have there been any unsung heroes this summer? Any particular players you see the team's been rallying behind that you think is going to make a big impact and be a big leader for the team?
Yeah, I think we've had a few. Mostly these guys up here. That's why they're here. I picked them because of the work they've put in the summer. I think as a whole, when you talk about leaders and kind of unsung for us, is going to be our offensive line for sure. That's something we're really trying to shift and put a lot of focus, a lot of energy, a lot of love on our offensive linemen this year. We got 4 returners coming back, and that should be huge for us. These 2 and then a couple other ones, but I would say these 4 for sure.
What's been the approach as far as preparing the team mentally and physically this summer?
Physically, for sure, the weight room. This week is our testing week, and by far, this will be my 3rd year, the strongest team we've had. Huge gains. We started our summer weightlifting program actually in the spring. Again, the dedication, these guys, they came in 4 days a week before school. during the spring practice, and we really hit the weights super hard. I mean, that's our strength coach is phenomenal. These guys love him. I mean, he's great. Me and him spent together in March, really making sure that this summer the plan, the strength and conditioning plan was intense, and it has been. Again, and then on the mental side, just talking about that a lot, that that those little details matter, where you line up, not getting a dumb penalty, those things are huge. Being able to physically stand in the gap with some of the teams that we're going to play, because that's where we struggled last year. I would say that I think these guys would agree with me that every team that beat us was because they were physically stronger than we were. And that's tough to look in the mirror and say that, but that's what it was. So I think we've admitted that, and then we've also, in those games, we hurt ourselves with penalties and, errors, and so we've really focused in on those areas.
Coach, we have the luxury of being able to be your live streaming partner, and so we get a chance to kind of see the program on a much higher frequency. One of the things I noticed was just a lot of people talk about the smaller numbers, but there really is a lot of synergy on your team. Looking at just how you guys were able to really just kind of bounce back in certain game scenarios, whether you're down by a few moments or down by a few scores, or just kind of being able to maintain that lead. Talk to me about how that works together, where you really try to get these guys to trust one another to be able to do their job and rely on them to be able to kind of pull out a victory.
I think first, like you said, I mean, that totally starts with them. As coaches, it's not about what we know. It's about what they know, what they can do. And I know our coaches now, our coaches last year, we have complete confidence in these guys. They're in a team and I told them this the other day, they're in a team in a state that I'd pick over them. I think they feel that way about the guys on the team too. These guys, they know each other. They've grown up together. They do, like you said, a synergy, like a connection, like they, and from the team last year and looking forward to the team this year. I mean, some of these guys got some weird connections that they just, nothing phases them. And so I think their togetherness, like I said, just the joy, they love playing football. They love being together. I think that, that pays big dividends in those situations like you're talking about.
How y'all doing? I'm Peter Holland, Tallahassee Democrat. I want to ask the players a question. I know you guys have like a specific goal, wanting to win it all, and from an individual standpoint, do you have like a specific goal y'all want to accomplish, especially for the seniors?
Yeah, hello, I'm Abram Wildrick. I think like a goal for us as players and a team is just keeping that standard from last year. We're never known as like a football school, but after last year, I feel like, it kind of changed our culture. We had our whole team buy in last year. That's why we were good. This year, our team knows what it needs to look like to be at that level, to go deep in the playoffs. We know what it takes now. And it's not just like a dream or something we hope that might happen. We know what it takes. And I feel like most of the guys, we play both ways, so we know what it's going to look like if we don't show out in practice, and if we're not on our A game every day, then it's not going to show up on a Friday night.
I would definitely say a goal for everyone on the team, and especially myself, is just leave it all on the field. Every single play, give 110% no matter what, because you never know when it could be your last play. You just always need to try your best no matter what. And that'll really help build the morale and kind of, build more like team bonding and everything. No matter what, just giving it your all. Even if you're tired, that's what our summer workouts have done. They've made us be able to push through everything. So definitely I'd say just give it your all, 110% every time.
I say a goal would probably be tougher, because last year, that last drive or last quarter kind of ended our season. So if we're all tougher and nothing really gets to our head, then that'll just make us better as a team.
I would say my goal is, and that for all of us up here, is last year we had more guys to lean on to make more plays, but we had a lot of seniors leave, so now we're the guys that have to make those plays for our team now. So I'd probably say that is my goal.
Patrick Hens, fourth quarters. For the guys, can each of you just give a reference a specific skill or area of your game you feel like you've improved particularly in this summer that you plan to contribute with for the team?
Yes, I think definitely our grit got better, but like in a specific area, I would say maybe like pass rushing and run blocking. Like after last year, we knew what we needed to improve on, and we knew what our weaknesses was. Like brute strength wasn't going to get through everything. It just kind of opened an eye for me that like skill is going to be half the battle too. And I think just working on this off season, figuring out what I can do and what I'm best at, just can help the team.
I would definitely say our mental toughness is probably the best skill we've built over the summer. I mean, we've been pushed all the way every single day over summer doing sleds. I mean, pushed to our limits where we can't go anymore, where you got to pick your teammates up. So definitely the mental toughness is the biggest skill we've built.
I would say probably our strength, because we're not the biggest or the fastest, so like we gotta be stronger kinda and just outwork everybody.
I would also say our building of strength is going to be, because it's we missed a lot of tackles last year we should have made, a lot of big plays we could have prevented, a lot of contested catches we could have made, and those will all hopefully be different this year, and we'll make more plays being stronger.
Hey, Dylan Jackson here. Going off your comment about looking around at the guys to lean on, what did you learn from guys like George Grant and your brother Nash that have helped you now feel comfortable to be in that starting role?
I would say that they definitely showed us that, like, it's all, like, you just have to work for it. They worked for it. They didn't start like that. Nash didn't start his first 2 years, but become a great player. So we know that if we work hard enough, we can do what they've been doing and keep the winning culture alive.
I think that definitely showed us what it like means to be a leader and how to like step up when your team needs you the most. And I mean, George Grant, obviously he was kind of the captain of the ship for our team, and I mean that really just showed us, like, gave us a good role model to follow and someone to like look up to and just try to achieve what he's achieved and keep that leadership throughout. Even though he's gone, we now need to step up in his place and kind of take over the role that he left.
I would say after the seniors last year, kind of we all get to know that we can play with anybody else. Now when I look at this year's schedule, I'm like, you know what, we can play with them. We can play with them. There's games on the schedule now. I think we will lose. I think we're going to win all of our games that we can. And with this team, like, we were so close with those seniors that looking to left and right, it might be new faces, but it's just the leadership that when I didn't know a play last year or the years before, I would just look and somebody would tell me, but now I got to be that guy that helps the younger kids and the underclassmen to lead them. Even if they don't know when the pressure's real, I want them to know that they got somebody that can help them, and it's a team game at the end of the day. They got to look at us. We got to look at them in a Friday night. They're going to be on the other side of the ball, and we're not going to be talking to each other, but I know he's going to do what he needs to do. We just execute, and as long as everybody plays their role, I think, we can go far this year.
Hey, Coach, is this your first time being a head coach?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So what's that experience been like for you so far?
It's been a lot, but it's been awesome. Like I said, I love where I'm at. Maclay's been awesome. It's my third year being here at Maclay. Truly love coming to work every single day. Like I said, honestly, haven't had one bad day since I took over in March or whatever it is. There's a whole lot of things that go in on this side, on this side of the chair that you don't think about when you're, just coaching ball, being the assistant coach. But these guys, I mean, really, they make it awesome and make it easy. I would say it's been great so far.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Maclay Marauders, we want to thank Coach Sloan for bringing his team out. We're going to take a pause for a quick break, and we'll be joined by the Rickards Raiders coming up next. All right, welcome back to Media Day here at Hangar 38. We want to give a huge shout out to Terry Johnston. She has done an amazing job hosting us in our third year with other sports, but first time for football. So this has been an amazing day so far. We want to give a huge shout out to her. Up next on the panel, we have the Rickards Raiders and their head coach, Coach Quentin Lewis. Coach, go ahead and take a couple of minutes. Talk to us about this year's edition of Raider football and introduce your team.
All right, first of all, I want to thank Four Quarter Online, man. I've been here 14 years, man. Since day one, when I got hired, y'all were the first people here now. So y'all doing y'all thing, man. Y'all keep it going, man. Keep getting these students right, and it's been amazing over these 14 years. Okay, Rickards High School, man. I've been here for a while, and we're trying to get it going. I'm gonna let you guys introduce themselves before I get going with anything else. So I got my seniors here. These are my leaders. These are my four captains of my football team. And so these are guys that have been through battles and wars from day to day and the grind for 4 straight years with us. And they're on their 4th year. They kind of understand me more than anybody else. So I brought these guys because they're going to tell you the truth. Okay, and then we're going to go from there. So we're going to start this end. They're going to introduce themselves, and then we'll get going.
My name is Jacoby Gilbert, class 2026, defensive end.
You got Carlos Rowe, best linebacker in the city, class of 2026.
Got Tariq the Ghost Walker, class 2026. I play linebacker, running back.
My name is Carlise Price. Flash, reverse flash, here, there, and gone. Catch me if you can. Untouchable, freight train, all that. Class of 26, running back, best running back, committed to Mercer. Oh, AKA
KP the Freeze.
All right, yeah, man. Last year ended kind of bad for us. We lost 4 straight. We started off 4-2, lost 4 straight games. The injury bug hit us. We wasn't a very deep team because we was very senior heavy early up top and then real young. Okay, and so the good thing happened though, because of all the injuries and everything happened. The young guys got a lot of chance to play. All right, and you're talking about quarterbacks, receivers, linemen. The key parts of your team are all beat up. So we played so young. And so with that being said, forward to this season, now we think the expectations has really rise. All right, we're real high because they all have 10 games under their belt. They all got enough experience to play football. They already have been through the battles and the wars with the Colquitts, the Mosleys, and the Lincolns. So the expectations is high right now. All right. Our motto this year is mass up. All right, it's tell them guys that, hey, we getting back to the Rickards brand of football. Real physical, real fast, and real exciting. So that's what we're about right now. These 4 guys here have been the leaders from day one. They don't take any crap from anybody, and these guys are the guys who make us who we are right now. These are our heart and soul, the toughness for us. And so with that being said, man, this season should be good. I don't think we lose a game this year, and if we do, it's going to be because we're not disciplined. Our biggest thing all season long was being disciplined. Now, we lost games last year, not because teams were better than us. It was because we couldn't play with discipline. We finished with 20, 25 penalties. We turned the ball over. All right, that's how we lost football games. It wasn't because teams were just better than us across the board. We're going to be just as fast, just as physical, and just as big as anybody in the city or anybody we play. It's just us being composed and be able to execute efficiently to play football. All right, so with that being said, we get going from there. But this season should be great for us this year.
Guys, going back to last year, starting out 2-0, there was a lot of momentum. Then things kind of, they what I call football life, it just kind of creates an environment where you really have to fight through adversity. Talk to me about the biggest thing you learned from last season and how you're going to apply it to this season.
Biggest thing that I learned from last season is to keep God first, because without him, you're not going to be able to do anything at all. You're going to keep failing, keep going through those trials and tribulations, and if you don't put him first, nothing going to change. Also, I feel like with the team going through that stuff, going through the losses, going through those wins and losses together, I feel like we have a certain type of chemistry, and we're able to bond more and play together faster and better, and just be a better team in general.
One thing I learned from last year is to battle adversity. Going through an injury is definitely hard to come over. Just battling adversity is just something I learned over the years. Going through half of the season, then in that 5th week lose, and then the team just go down from that, losing the morale. So that's definitely something I learned, just to battle the adversity and just grow from that.
I'll say one thing I learned from last year. After a loss, I feel like we have to be able to just come back and forget it and come back and be better, and not be able to get back on track and stay focused.
Something from last year I learned that during the game we got to battle through all quarters. I felt like when the 3rd quarter hit, that's when we'll start playing bad a little bit, but we just got to keep it going the whole game.
Coach Patrick Henson, 4 quarters. Beyond just the physical conditioning, what were some of the specific areas of focus for your summer workouts and leading from spring ball into this coming season?
Man, to be honest, we started a mental health program. Because I think our demographic go through a lot. And I think a lot of factors happen outside of football that affects football. All right, and so I think mental health was big for us. Being able to overcome adversity is not because they wasn't prepared for it. It's because they wasn't used to it. As simple as that. And so giving them strategies on how to overcome it is what made us better right now. All right? And so we focus on that, and that instills discipline and character in our guys, which helps us out a lot. Okay, like I told you, in the football game, we were playing great football, but then it's foul here, another penalty there, and it kills our momentum. It kills our the whole game, every game. And so being able for them to understand why it's happening, what's going on, and how to overcome it, is what I think helps us out more than anything else. So it's more mental for us this offseason. The speed, the physicalness, the size, they always have it. Rickards always going to have that no matter what it is. I can scrap my whole team right now, walk in the hallway, I can get 42 new guys with speed and physicalness the same way. All right, it's just, can they mentally overcome whatever they got to go through in a game to stay together and play the game of football? And that's what Rickards High always been. No matter what sport it is, if it's basketball, baseball, whatever it is, can you mentally overcome it? Because all their life they've been told to worry about themselves, don't depend on nobody else. And now I'm telling them, hey man, you gotta play as a team. You gotta be your brother's keeper. And they gotta be okay with, hey, I can't let my teammate down. I can't let my brother down. And it was those things that we worked on. I mean, they always worked out. They're always fast, and they're always physical. It's just the teamwork and camaraderie and just the mental part of the game of football and life.
Coach, one of the things that I've always noticed about Rickards' team is that there's always an emphasis on defense. A lot of times, especially going back to last season and looking at how there were games that you guys were really close, and understanding that, defense is not just being in the right position, but it's a mentality. What has been the mental aspect going into the off season that you've been trying to, whether it's been repetition of trying to get the kids to understand, but just the mental side of being a great defensive team and playing great defensive football?
They got to understand that it's okay to be aggressive, okay to be physical, okay to be nasty. Like I tell you, in our day-to-day life, nasty physical aggression gets them in trouble, okay? They get accused of things and things happen in life. And so they got to understand that football is legal. All right, it's okay to hit a guy hard as you can. It's okay to be physical. It's okay to try to really hurt a person when you touch them, okay? It's okay with that. It's football, okay? So I tell them all the time, if it ain't chippy, it's not Rickards High football. If they ain't about to fight, if it's not nasty, if it ain't grimy, it's not Rickards High football. I've been that way since '03. It need to be near nasty, it need to be physical, it need to be so the team ready to fight us every time we touch the football field, all right? If you play that kind of football, all right, now you're controlling the football game for us, okay? And so that was about, it's massive, it's mass up, it don't matter what's going on, let's go take this win from somebody in front of us right
now. Coach Peter Holland, Tallahassee Democrat. Losing a guy like Jalen Wiggins, who's now moved on to playing at an elite level, just thoughts about what having to find a guy who can fill that void, and the confidence you feel about someone who can be that same, well, not exactly like Jalen, but be that as impactful as him.
All right, so since day one, when Jacoby Gilbert got on campus, he was that guy. And I had to tell him before, it's okay to be that guy right now, not later. You don't have to wait for Wiggins to leave. You can go right now, all right? That's your job, that's what you're going to do, okay? And so he's embraced that role for us right now. He's getting it done, all right? But I have a lot of guys, man, that all, what Wiggins taught him is how to keep working, how to work hard, how to play hard, how to be okay with, I need to battle and get better every single day, okay? And so with that being said, the whole defense is that way. They all grind together, they all trying to work together. And it's good to see somebody that's in your school to get the success that he has. Academically and on the football field, because it helps them reach and understand that, hey, I can reach that level now. And so that's what he does, man. And he comes back, he works out with them, he participates and works out with them, everything like that. So he's great around them, and they love him to death. But again, since day one, Jacoby Gilbert was supposed to be that guy. And so it's his turn right now, and he better be that guy where he touch the field every single time he touch the field from now on.
Jacoby, so want to follow up with that, hearing Coach saying that you're the guy and you can be the guy. How does it really feel about you with your mindset going to the next season?
Just from learning from Jalen Wiggins, working hard, running to the ball every play, making the play. Just learning from him.
Question for the guys. Who holds you accountable on the field or in practice?
I can say Carlos Rowe. He just loud, like he's gonna make us work regardless. Like he gonna be that loud guy on the field in the weight room regardless. So definitely Carlos Rowe just gonna push us regardless. Even when Wiggins, he pushing Wiggins, so he just that guy for sure.
I would say Carlos Rowe as well.
Being that guy that pushes people, I don't like seeing people slack off. That kind of aggravate me. I don't like seeing people mess around. Like, cause when you mess around, I don't want to play with you in the game, cause you gonna mess around in the game. I don't like people out there. That's a bad mentality to have. So I'm not gonna tolerate it anywhere else. It's just not. It's not accepted to me.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Raiders, we want to thank Coach Lewis for bringing his team out to meet 2025. Guys, best of luck this season. We will be now joined up next after a short break by the Godby Cougars. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Hangar 38. Want to give a huge shout out to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They sent a ton of swag down I-10 just in support of high school athletics and high school football here in the Tallahassee Big Bend area. So a huge shout out to them. As we get ready to kick off the session number 2, we are now joined by John Holston and the Godby Cougars, who are now joining us on the panel. Coach, go ahead and take 2 minutes. Tell us all about this year's edition of Godby Cougar football.
John Holston, I'm the head football coach at Godby High. We had a pretty tough team returning last year when we had, I think, 6 seniors. We had a lot of returning guys, had a lot of transition in the offseason, but we kept a good, solid core, and then we picked up some more valuable pieces that could make us some state contenders. So I'm going to let the guys go and introduce themselves. I ain't going to take too much more time. So we'll start from the right and going down.
My name is Jamarcus Payne, class of 2026. I play DB at Godby High School.
My name is Jamoran Simmons, class of 227, and I play receiver.
My name is Landon Doherty. I play quarterback, class of 2027.
My name is Trenton Rogers, class of 26, play middle linebacker.
My name is Marla Boyd, class of 2026. I play DB.
My name is Caleb Barnes, class of 2026. I play O-line left tackle and D-line D tackle.
My name is Malachi Mosley, and I play wide receiver and DB for Godby High School.
My name is Braylon Green, and I play wide receiver for Godby High School.
Jalen Lawson, defensive end edge for Godby High School.
Cameron McMillan, running back, class 2027, Godby High School.
Coach, man, there's a lot of momentum from last season. There were a lot of positive spots. There was 5 games win streak in the middle of the season that really turned some heads. I know for the most part, I think I talked to you right after. It must have been right after the kick. I think your kickoff classic or your preseason game, and you just really just kind of laid out how much positivity you had seen in each position group. Like you isolated each group and you just kind of talked about how much they had grown. Now that we fast forward into this season, has there been more growth? Have you seen more improvement in those same areas going into this season?
Definitely more growth and improvement. We didn't get satisfied with last year. Last year we went 7-4, but we left a lot on the table. And I think as soon as the season ended, we went right back to the drawing board, watching film and seeing what plays were working best for us, what plays wasn't working best for us. So we trimmed down the playbook, brought us some coaches to help out, and we got some talented guys too. So there's a lot of growth on every level of the game, coaching, playing, weight room, all across the board. We took some steps forward this offseason.
What would you say has been the highlight? What's the thing that's been, I would say probably just the thing that stuck out to you the most about your team this summer?
Resilience. It's no secret. We had a lot of transition this offseason. The turnover portal or the transfer portal, whatever you want to call it, is real. But, we got some solid guys, and we got some solid pieces that came in, too, to add to what we already had. I have nothing against the guys that left, but the guys that we have staying are very solid and dependable guys, and I trust this team with them. Like, we got a real great core. I'm be honest, I like it. It's next man up, and we got a real solid guys, a group of next men up.
Question for the guys. Talk to me, for those who were experienced last season, talk to me just about what are some of the biggest takeaways from last season that you want to carry into this season so that you guys can improve on last season's record.
I feel like one thing we really took away, like, that we need this season that we didn't really have last season was leadership. Like, we need more leaders on the team. We got to take more accountability when we do something wrong, but we all going to be great.
Piggyback what he said, more vocal leaders. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got to pitch in and do their part. The main ones who been here know what's wrong, know how to fix it. They know how to fix it. We just need to speak up, be more vocal about it.
Piggybacking off of what Jamarcus was saying, we need some more, leadership. I try to stay on the guys when we're in the weight room. Try to tell them, about each position group. Want to make sure that each position group and their leader, have leadership. I tell Jay all the time, with the receiver group, just always just talk to them and try to make sure you're doing everything. Same thing with my DN and my running backs and my receivers and just everybody just as a whole, because we all a family. So.
And I feel like we can have more discipline, because like discipline, that goes a long way within the season, the game. The football is a game of inches, so like if we mess up, it could be a flag or a penalty that could cause the game. So just I'll say more discipline.
And to piggyback off what he said with the discipline, it was a lot of games that we lost that we were close in, a lot of mental mistakes. It messed us up in them points. And if we have like our discipline, doing what our coach said, doing our job in the assignment, I feel we'll be way better this season.
Pat Hansen, 4 quarters. Coach, what's one particular aspect that was really sharp last season that you plan to stay consistent with and keep rolling over into? And what's an area of improvement that you really harped on this summer on refining and getting prepared for this upcoming season?
I think it's no secret we got a pretty potent offense. Our offense is pretty elusive, pretty elite. And last year we averaged, I think, about 20 a game, but we know we left probably about 2,000 passing yards out there on the field. And we watched film this offseason. We want to harp on that and keep growing as an offense. Keep defense on their heels, keep scoring, keep being aggressive on offense. And I think we did take strides. Last year we wasn't the biggest on running the ball. We passed the ball heavy. We had a big 4-star receiver up beside me. That's a big-time guy. We got a new 3-star quarterback that's 6'5" and can launch it. I'm not too much worried about the passing game. It's more so making sure that we got this running game good like they looked in the spring. We ran for about over 200 yards with our running back in the spring, and we want to keep that going. Defensively wise, we got to step it up, and we showed that in the spring. It was pretty a letdown for me as a defensive guy myself. So I took a big step forward on defense this spring, this offseason, and I think all the coaches did too. We just that was a big thing, making the defense match the offense.
Besides just physical conditioning, what was the approach as far as mental and preparation for the summer?
Repetition. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to execute it. So we get the guys and we have meeting time all the time. We get on the board, we watching film. Even right now in the off season, we have a pretty consistent meeting times with the guys beyond just field time. So beyond just actually going out and run the plays, we put on the board, and beyond just talking on the board, we go out and run it, and we put it together and try to make sure it execute and be efficient.
Hey, Coach. Peter Holland, Tallahassee Democrat. Obviously, having a quarterback like Landon who would just play from the state championship last year, just having that experienced quarterback who was a starter young, how much did that really bring to the offense? How much did that really give y'all a boost offensively?
It's been huge. One thing we always wanted was a vocal leader at quarterback and somebody to actually lead the offense, guide it, and be a field general. And I want to say Landon first weekend, he was subbing guys in and off formations. So, with that being his first weekend, and then he just got more comfortable every week. And I told Landon before, it's no secret. We got a pass-happy offense. We got a quarterback-friendly offense. I think that if he did good last year, he's probably going to excel and break some records this year. So I'm excited for it. I'm really anxious to see what happens when we hit the ground and get rolling.
To follow up, Landon, what really drawn into coming to Godby, and what's your vision for these next 2 years playing for Godby?
I think Coach Tab and his offense dropped me in. My dad coached at Godby a couple years back, and Tab was one of the coaches, so just a familiar face, and also just the type of offense they run, pass heavy, quarterback friendly, mainly just the quarterback friendly part. And I like how Tab coaches.
Coach, as an alum, are the white helmets coming back?
We got plans in the mix. I can't make no promises right now.
Gotcha.
I'm not going to disagree either. I'm not going to say it's a no, but we got plans.
Gotcha.
Quick question for the guys. Was there any particular moments or experiences you can reference this summer that really stood out to you, let you know you can really trust the guys beside you and you feel really confident and ready coming into the season playing with these guys?
It was the moment when news broke out that we lost almost half of our stars, And you know, everybody still showed up the next week that wanted to step up and actually take that position. So that showed me that I got a team that's willing to actually work and try to win something this year.
Just basically piggybacking off of what he said again, you know, we had our quarterback leave, and then we all came back to practice. So everybody as a whole, everybody as a group, mindset was still on one thing. So, you know, just putting in the work and, you know, hard work pay off. State, none less.
The main thing was really just being able to trust each other. You know, like when we went through hard times, the ones who were still there, the ones who were still every day just, you know what I'm saying, got each other back. That mean a lot to me. You know, unity, loyalty, you know, that mean everything to me. So, you know, I give it all for these boys for real. You know what I'm saying? It's my last. So, you know, the fact that, you know, everybody stayed down with me, that mean a lot to me.
Yeah, it's the brotherhood that kept us together, and I just like how we persevered through it, and that, you know, we're still gonna come out on top.
You know, you asked what were some things that drawn me in, and I forgot to mention my receiver, Jay. I mean, who doesn't want to throw to Jamon Simmons, you know? That's the best receiver in Tallahassee, so that was also a big reason, too.
Since you mentioned that, what's it like to have a quarterback like Landon to throw you the football, and also noticed the Miami Hurricanes cap. They're in the mix, or like where we at with that as far as recruiting wise?
Miami in the mix, saying my top 5 right now. But about Landon, he's the best quarterback that I ever played with, for real. Like, we got a strong connection. I've been playing with him since I was little, 7-on-7. I just love he came to Godby, and we here to break records.
Coach, one final question for you. Give me one word to define this upcoming season.
Got a few popped in my head. Heard grit being thrown around a lot lately with the Lions and all that stuff. I wouldn't say resilience though. Probably resilience. You know, we got a no blink attitude. You know, things gonna come in life. Things come in football. Things come in school every day. And this is your mindset. Are you gonna sit there and complain about it, cry about it, try to worry about it, or are you gonna keep on working and understand that time gonna keep ticking and you're gonna get close to your goals eventually, regardless. So we still got a game in 2 weeks. You know, and it's been a mindset the whole time with player loss and player gain. You know, it's still the same thing. Resilience. Stay locked in, keep going, and keep grinding, and somebody gonna fall off. It won't be us.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Godby Cougars, we definitely want to thank Coach Holston for bringing his team out to Media Day. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and we'll be joined by the Liberty County Bulldogs up next. right, and welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Hangar 38. We want to give a huge shout out to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They sent a ton of swag down I-10 our way, so we want to throw a huge shout out to them. And then we also want to mention a very special person. That's Terry Johnston. She is the GM here at Hangar 38. She has done a phenomenal job setting everything up for us to be successful here. So a huge shout out to her. If you see her down, I think she's somewhere around the bar somewhere, but definitely want to thank her. She's responsible for the gift cards and the game cards for everyone. So we definitely want to show some love to her. Now we are joined by a familiar face. We are now on the panel. We have the Liberty County Bulldogs and their assistant head coach, DC, defensive coordinator, Carlos Williams. Coach, we had a great conversation prior, and I'm going to let you just kind of piggyback on some of the things that you were talking about this team while you explain who you brought with you and let us know all about Bulldog football.
Thank you guys for having us. First of all, I'm Carlos Williams, the DC. And to my right, I have rising junior defensive tackle, linebacker, and tight end Dylan Gunn. I have defensive end and offensive guard, JT. And I have right here to my left, our star running back. We have Dylan Marlowe, rising senior. And also to the end is Marcelo Watson, a rising senior, starting corner. Liberty is a special place. Once you get into it, understand how it works. It's small. We're not like most of the one rule schools or the rule schools in the state of Florida. We have 2 K through 8s and 1 high school. So those 2 schools funnel every kid that we have in our county, in our district, to 1 school. So our middle school athletes are a little bit different. Our rec park sports are a little bit different. But it's one thing that's common about all these guys: they work hard. They love to go to work. They love to show up. They love to sweat. They like the dirt. They like the grind. And that's something that I've been blessed to be a part of since I've been there. I've been there going on 12 months now this August, and I will tell you that this is the first time these young men have worked out for 12 months straight. Whether they're in playing basketball right after football season, whether they're running track, they're weightlifting, whether no matter what sport they're playing, they're training year round. And that's made the difference. This past year, as a track coach, we had 19 kids go to regionals. We had 2 kids qualify for state and place at state. We had how many guys go to state in weightlifting?
4 or 5.
We have 4 or 5, and that's unheard of when it comes to Liberty County. What we're doing is, and Coach Tranquil gave me the rope. He said, go, and I'm just running. I'm trying to get our kids to a place where we understand that we got to be bigger, stronger, faster. Everybody we play, we're always going to be on a smaller roster. We're always going to be on that small end because we're in a very small and a large part of our county is very, very poor. So we just understand who we are and what we do, and we go to work. A lot of my guys work at honey farms, or they're trying to work at the Piggly Wiggly, or trying to go to the Subway, or just trying to find any way to get themselves out of Liberty. I will say it's not the worst place, but it's very limited opportunities for my young men. So I try to build it from the bottom up. We got to be bigger. We got to be stronger. We got to be faster. We got to know the game of football better than everybody else. So this summer, we didn't go to camps this spring and summer. No, we don't have any camp MVPs. And me and Coach Tranquil, we talked about that. We have hard-working, blue-collar young men that were raised by good parents that want to play football, that want to go get a college degree. We don't care if it's Power 5 or D1. We don't care. We want to go earn something that we've never seen before. We want to go see parts of the country that we never had the opportunity of thought about seeing. And these young men have bought in. Coach Gerald takes over the weight room, and he kills them in the weight room. And we rotate. He sends the big boys outside or sends the scale guys outside, and we go to work. So it's really more about what we do. We control our own controllables, and we let the pieces fall where they may.
Now, Coach, one of the things I know is that especially like being in that part of the state particular, there are some intense rivalries. Like I don't care. Like you just throw the record books out. I think the rivalry you guys have with Bluntstown, I think is the oldest in the state. And I grew up in this area, but I also know how far back that goes. A lot of that stuff, we get into this modernized version of football, but honestly, those traditional games, man, they just mean so much more talk to me just about the environment just out there in Bristol and just the family and community involvement and what that means to your program.
Don't get me wrong, it's a packed house on Friday nights. I mean, all the parents, all the kids, my kids have moved over from Wakulla County over to Liberty County. They come out to the football games and they're playing in the end zone when my guys are on the field playing. So it's pretty cool to see that. When it comes to Bluntstown, you don't go across that bridge unless you're going to McDonald's. Like you don't go across that bridge. It's not like it's bad or violent. It's more, we the big brothers, y'all the little bros. And last year we got that belt to behind last year. That was actually my very first week in Liberty, and I got hired on Wednesday. I was on sideline in Bluntstown on Friday night, and I got to see it firsthand. There's no love lost, but this spring, despite what they have on roster, who they added to their roster and their coaching staff, we showed them what we are and who we are and what we've been preparing to do this 2025 season. We played 3 very good spring games. We gave up 0 points on defense. Our offense played extremely well. They executed the way we wanted them to, the way we practiced throughout the spring. Me and Coach Tranquil were very proud of what they did. And as far as the family environment, like I said, everybody's parents, everybody's kids, aunties, uncles, nieces, and nephews are all from Liberty. So you're going to see it in waves. I didn't realize that one of my starting linebackers, his aunt, was literally one of our ESC teachers down at our elementary school until I realized her last name changed. So it's pretty cool to see. Just found out in this room that these 2 kids are related. So it's pretty cool to see how far the family environment really is embedded, deep roots in the county. Right now we're just trying to build it and to get all the athletes out, all the guys that want to play sports, all the girls that want to play sports, and train those kids year round. Give them the best opportunity to be the best athletes they can be for their sports teams.
Marlo, are you related to Alex?
It depends on which one you're talking about.
I think that's why I just the names mean everything, because when I see them repeated over and over again, I go back and I look at any of our previous versions, and it's just like, okay, I see that name before. It's just like, all right, I know at Jefferson County I had a Crumity. So when I see the name, I have to ask, because I know football and family, they just go together. So I had to figure that out. Let me connect some dots here. But question for the guys. I do know that we go back to last season. There's always positives to pull from, despite the win-loss column. Tell me about the one thing that was on your mind in the summer, where just, hey, no matter what happens, we have to improve in this area, and talk about your personal goals as well.
I think we just got to get better and come together as a team. And
just got to be better on both sides of the ball. Just got to learn how to play as a team more. And this past year, we fumbled a good bit on both sides of the ball, but towards the end of the season, we really picked it up and we were coming together. Then it really showed this spring. And like Coach said, we had 0 touchdowns on defense. Really proud of that, and we're ready. We're ready to hit it going.
Now we've been hitting it this summer and this spring, and I say that we definitely have improved, and we're for upcoming season.
Well, this summer I feel like we've all bought into the program. Like last year, I feel like everybody wasn't bought in to what Coach Carlos and what Coach GT was trying to do. But this year, everybody came to work. We all came to get the work in, hard work. We all showed up. So I feel like this season's all year.
Pat Henson, 4 quarters. Coach, I know you referenced drilling and instilling into your players about being bigger, faster, stronger. Question for the guys, how ready and confident are you all feeling coming into the season regarding that, based on like the summer strength and conditioning and workouts and building chemistry with your team? How confident are you guys feeling about being bigger, faster, and stronger?
We're definitely bigger than we were last year. Just in this last 2 months of bringing out from school, we've all went up on our maxes, so we've all gotten stronger, a lot stronger. This guy right here, what'd you get? 300 on bench this past week. 290. I mean, that's pretty good for a guy that weighs 185. We are way stronger than last year, and we're fast. I mean, we're a bunch of white boys, but we are fast. And y'all better watch out. That's all I got to say.
And coming from this summer, we've been coming together and like as a family, and like you said, we've been grinding and we've been working, and our matches went up, and we're just ready to hit the road for this upcoming season.
Like JT said, we all came together this summer as a team. We all came in every day, even when our bodies were sore and we couldn't really move. We came in and got the work in. So I'm feeling really confident this year.
Coach, going back to last season, that Jefferson win was pretty significant because they were hot at the time. They were one of the hottest teams in the rural classification, and I think just kind of looking at it, I don't think a lot of people expected a whole lot, and then all of a sudden we start watching the game. We logged into the NFHS network. We're watching it. We're trying to stream it, trying to catch the score, and it was just like, what did you see during that game where you said, I know we got something?
We call that want to, and that's hard to coach. That's really hard to pull out of a young man when recruiting is, social media is, and a lot of things are going like that. It's hard to pull out, I want to. When you go 0-7, 0-6, man, I want to come to practice. I want to make this tackle. I want to score, because it takes maximum effort. And when you always been on the losing end of it for 6-7 weeks, it's hard to say, man, I really want to go out there and go crack a helmet. I really want to go out there and make a touchdown block, right? And so I did it from special teams. As coach, if I take over special teams, can I change the field position? That was one of the biggest things you heard Dylan say. We made a lot of mistakes, a lot of false starts, a lot of fumbles, a lot of encroachment penalties, even to start the game. Even after kickoff, the opening drives are always ruined. So I said, if we can change how we attack special teams, we can flip their field position, make them drive on us. And we were confident a lot of teams wouldn't do it. Some teams had success, but overall, we had 12 kicks inside the 10. We had 8 kicks inside the 15. That's hard to do. That's called want to. You got guys that want to cover. You got guys that want to go down there with reckless abandon, crack helmets, and make plays. And when you start that happening, your young guys are doing that, it's a cycle. It's just only going to keep going. I learned that while I was in college. Coach Fisher threw his young boys on special teams. You want to play? Go get it. You want to play? Go show me something. Go block for your guy. Go make him get a touchdown, or go make that tackle, or go take 2 so you free somebody else up. That's what we've instilled. We've instilled selflessness. There is no there's no competition between us. We all have the same goal: bigger, stronger, faster, and better. And that's it. We're not worried about what the record will look like. We know that we have a tough schedule. We know that Vernon's going to be different with Coach Bugs being there now. We know Port St. Joe's going to come. We know Bluntstown's going to be hot, but it doesn't matter about what they do. We control our own controllables, and that's what we have instilled this summer.
Coach, you grew up in coming from Polk County, where football is everything. Moving up here to the Big Bend area, where still football is everything. Talk to me just about some of the things that you have learned just from the game, playing the game, and your experiences that you try to instill. May not be X's and O's, but just the mentality that you try to pass along to your players.
North Florida is very different. It's not as fast as Central Florida or Miami. So taking your time here, really being able to grow up and mature. Coach Kids is somebody I've watched as a kid and then watched as an adult. His life, his coaching life, very professional. I'm a high energy person, so I have learned to take a step back, learn how to delegate through certain rooms, certain situations. And Coach Gerald Tranquil's definitely helped me do that as well. Like I said, Liberty's a very small place. It's a lot of people that's been there. I've been there for years and years and years. Families are embedded. So you have to learn how to navigate, who to talk to, how to talk to them. And that's something that I've learned in this coaching journey. Going into my second year as a defensive coordinator, I'm pretty sure I have a lot more to learn. But right now, I feel like I'm in a great place. Coach Gerald's gave me a great place, and these guys have bought into what we want to do and how we want to do things. I just see soon success will see us. It won't be too far away.
A quick question for the guys and the coach. Just off the top of your head, I know the identity of a team takes form throughout the season as you go through the ranks and the ringers. What's one word that comes to mind and for this upcoming season as far as the identity of the team, just roughly?
Family. We've always been a big family, and that's one of our mottos. It's on all our shirts, T-shirts, practice gear, family. That's, at the end of the day, that's what we are. We're just one big family.
Yeah, I gotta pick it back off what he said because that's been our motto ever since Coach T got there. Yeah, got to Liberty. My bad. Ever since he got to Liberty, that's just our motto, family.
Dog. It's a dog mentality. You have to. Every time I post about our kids or I post something, 2025 is the year of the dog. We just gonna find out what we are. And I always talk about setting the standard high. I have high standards. Coach K has probably got high. A lot of got high standards, especially if you've won and been around winning. You're gonna have high standards. No matter what your roster looks like, no matter what the talent look like, you want them to excel past the norm. So my standards are high. I will not lower them to make you comfortable, because finding comfort in this game is not gonna help you win football games. So we've learned that this summer. So I would say the dog mentality is what we really, really brought out this summer.
That's all you. Come on. I'd say hardworking. We're a good team. Good. We're all family, like everybody says. But we worked hard to get here, and now we just gotta show them what hard work can get us through.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Liberty County Bulldogs, we definitely want to thank Coach Williams for joining us here and for bringing out his team. We appreciate you guys joining us, and best of luck this season. We're going to take a small break, and we'll be joined by our next team coming up in a moment. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025, and we are now joined on the panel by the NFC Eagles and their head coach, Coach Kez McCorvey. Coach, thank you so much for coming out and bringing your team. We appreciate you guys joining us here at Media Day. We're going to take a short 2 minutes and just let you tell us all about this year's edition of NFC Eagle football, and go ahead and introduce your guys as well.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for having us out here. I am honored to be involved with this, and then also honored to be the head coach at North Florida Christian. Before here, I was the assistant coach on the staff for 5 years before that, and so excited to be back here again. And I want to go ahead and really just kind of tell you about our program, what we've done. I started in spring, and since being there, I've seen the guys come out and work hard, excited about the season. So I think as I believe, football is about want to and about will, and we have some guys that are focused and excited about playing football and willing to sacrifice too. If you sacrifice for something, it's hard to give it up. And so that's one of the things that we focused on this summer, just our desire, our will to play, and our will to be the best we can possibly be. It's not competing against somebody on the other team. It's really competing against ourselves to become the best. And I feel like our team has done that. I feel like our team has bought into the culture of that we want to portray in our schools. NFC is a Christian school, right? And so we have a certain way we want to go about the process of doing it too as well. I'm not going to ever come out there and dog cuss a kid, but what I want to do is this right here, is I want to make sure that the kids understand that it's okay to be intense. It's okay to have a desire. It's okay to be passionate about something. And so I feel like our guys are buying into that culture, and we just had a great summer working out. We have a great summer preparing ourselves, and so I feel like these guys have put some work money in the bank, and so it's hard to give it up when you put that much effort into something. And so let me go ahead and do this right here. I'll go ahead and introduce our guys over here to my right over here. I got Mr. Esteban over here. Kyle Esteban here, he plays receiver, he plays DB too as well. I got Mr. Purcell here, Brody Purcell. Brody plays receiver and plays DB as well. I got doggone it, Marcus Rozier. Marcus plays linebacker. Marcus plays plenty of position. He also plays running back too as well. I got Damari Green over here. Damari plays offensive line and plays defensive line as well. And then at the end we got Tommy Cohen. Tommy plays quarterback for us. So that's the guys that are representing our team. Plenty more guys on the team, but these are the guys representing our team today.
Now, Coach, NFC, the tradition has already been established. The banners that hang, and then the years of championships are already there. But one of the things that I think is so unique about football is that you get a whole new chance to just wipe the slate clean and really work with a fresh group of guys to kind of make your own imprint. And being around a game of football, there's no season that's like another. There's no team that's like another. Talk to me about what makes this team unique and how they're going to build on top of that tradition.
We the best. Well, no, man. You know what? You're right. Every season is different, right? And you kind of get that season. And you're trying to maximize it. Your season is not defined by if you win a championship or not, but the season is defined by if you maximize yourself. And so that's our whole goal. Our whole goal is to maximize ourselves. I want every kid to come out here and when you wring them, guess what? You wring dry. That every ounce of sweat has been poured out of them. Every desire, every play that they want to make on the field, they try to make it, okay? And so I don't want to worry about failure. I don't want them to worry about making a mistake on the football field. I want them to wring themselves dry. And so that would be my goal and focus and if it ends in a championship, that's what it does. But that can't be your goal. And so I don't believe in that. I got plenty of championship rings, and you didn't go in thinking about championship. You go in and thinking about how to be the very best. And then if you're good enough, guess what? You'll ring in that circle, and that opportunity will come around. And so that's what we focused on, right? I really want to focus on the heart of our guys. All right, if our heart's right, guess what? The football piece will follow in place with it, right? That's life too. All right. Soon everybody will stop playing football. I played a good time in professional, but then I had to go get a regular job, right? And I had to take those lessons I learned from football and apply them to life. And so that's my hope for these guys, to take what we do on the football field, have the stress of that, and then apply it to life.
Question for the guys: what makes this year different? What feels different about going into summer training camp and getting ready to start fall practice? What feels different?
We got a whole new coaching staff, so we got to it's just different. I mean, we got one returning coach, and other than that, we just gotta work, keep putting work in, and get better.
I really think this season gonna bring a lot of speed and intensity with the coaches we got. I think it's gonna really help us play faster and move a lot better on the field. It's gonna really help us out.
We're gonna pass.
Yeah, we got a whole new coaching staff. Our team is also way more locked in and brought into the team. We all be working out hard in the weight room, and we all motivated to put the effort in. Way more discipline than last year too. So yeah.
I think the whole new coaching staff this year has been great. As a team in the weight room, great work ethic. Ever since the spring, really getting to know Coach Kez and understand how he coaches. Same with all the other assistant coaches on the staff. I think we got a great thing coming this year, and working hard in the summer. Everyone's gotten stronger, and I'm just excited to see what the season brings.
From what I've seen this summer is a lot of good work ethic and never giving up. That's the best thing about this team I've seen. So.
Patterns in 4 quarters. Based upon the product that the team produced last season, what was one of the strongest strong points that you guys plan to capitalize on, and what was an area of improvement that you've been honing in on or refining in preparation for this season?
You know what? This is what you know about football. Football is a physical sport, and so my goal, I hope this year, was to play a little bit more physical. Thus the weight room, thus the mentality of the team. Me being probably a skill guy, the perception is that you want to throw the ball all over the field and run around. No, I just know how football's played. Football is a physical sport. Football is a quit sport, and so our hope is to get our guys to where you don't quit. And a lot of times what happens in the game is this right here. Whoever quits last is the guy's going to win the game. And so that's just a process, right? And so our hope is to get our guys to learn how to compete, first of all, and then not quit. Not quit. Because that's a part of everybody's life. Eventually you're going to want to have that come across your mind where you want to quit. And so to teach our guys not to do that, to persevere through the adversity that you have in a football program, in the weight room, and in the days that you have to take, that you have to prepare yourself to work out over a summer, over a spring, over a couple of seasons in football to get the goal that you want to get. That's what we hope to teach. And so that is the main thing we want to be able to teach. Last year I didn't think we played the run very well, and so we got to get better at playing the run, right? And I think on the offensive side of the ball, we got to do a better job with the run game too, as well, to be able to establish a run game, establish a culture, a identity of a physical, tough team that will punch you in the mouth, that won't quit, they ain't gonna back down. And so I think every team wants to do that too as well, and then our hope is to go ahead and achieve that.
Coach, what have these guys taught you? What have you learned?
I learned 1 + 1 is 2. I learned no, these jokers are smarter than that, but I hope. But no, I've learned a lot. I've missed coaching, and I miss the relationship that you have when you get a chance to spend time with young men, right? That is precious. That is precious. I've gotten a chance to be around other programs, right? But until you get to the day-to-day stuff, right, and live life with people, it's different. And so that's what I've learned. I've learned really to have special relationship that I cherish, of spending time with these guys on a day-to-day basis, and then looking forward to seeing them years later with their families, all right, with their children, all right, and see them be the man and have a chance to rub off on them and see them become the men that they want to become for their families too as well. I cherish that. I look forward to that, to seeing these guys and to see the positive impact that I could possibly make on their life. And so that's what I get from these guys. These guys work hard. They're passionate, right? They have goals and dreams and aspirations. And so I feel like it's my job to help them as, I don't know if you ever watched Rocky before, but to be their Mick, to help them achieve the goals that they have for themselves, even if they don't believe, right? Help them to believe.
Question for the guys. Who pushed you hardest on the field and in practice?
I think really just practicing on the field and in the weight room, it's each other. Just being around the guys and working together, knowing we got the same goal, just working in the weight room all at the same time really help us build and get stronger together.
I'll say Coach Kez and Coach Terrell definitely pushed me the hardest, and the players on the team push you the hardest too. Mostly in the weight room on the field, they push you to go up and weight, do harder reps, and yeah, they push me really hard.
Oh yeah, Terrell for sure. Terrell pushed us real hard, and then just the guys. Everybody keep each other accountable and just keep working hard. Yeah, I'd piggyback off what they said. Definitely Coach Kez and Coach Terrell, but also just the guys around us, teammates. Push us harder in the weight room. Go up and weight, like Kyle said. It's really good. Yeah, everybody around.
I'd say for me, it's mainly the team, the coaches, and my brother. My brother is the reason I transferred to NFC, and I just wanted to make a shout out to him.
Well, I work out hard because not a whole lot of working out hard.
Coach, who's your coach on the field?
Well, I mean, I got a couple of guys that are coach. My hope is in football to have all the guys have a high football IQ. You know, if you look at the guys that get a chance to play at a high level, right? Those guys know football, and then they can help the guys around them know football too as well. So my hope is to have everyone have a high IQ. And so, if I answer that call, I mean, the quarterback has to be, Tommy has to be a coach on the field. He has to know the offense back and forward. He has to be the guy that we can have the conversation and speak about what we're trying to do. And so I can trust him. The same thing with Marcus. Marcus has been that way too as well. Marcus has played in the D-line. He's played linebacker too as well. He knows a lot about football, right? And so and I hadn't coached the game yet for these guys yet, but in the practices, those guys are the guys that come and ask questions. They are the guys I get a chance to speak to and pour into and expect them to pass it down to the younger guys too as well. So those are some of the guys that have been there to be able to understand, the concepts enough to be able to pass it down and become a coach on the field.
Coach, one final question for not just for you, but for the entire team. Looking at being able to be right here at the beginning of football season, right before you start practice and everything. What is the thing that you would say has you most excited? And question, same thing for the guys. What is the thing that has you most excited going into 2025?
For me, it's really just being on the field, right? This was unexpected to be coaching. It really was. And just for God to give me this gift, right? Because I didn't know if I was going to be coaching anymore. But then God to give me this gift to be able to spend time on the coaching, on the field and participate and be involved with the game plan and all that stuff. That's so much fun, right? The long practices and the staying up late and all that kind of good stuff. That's what I don't take for granted, because that's living life. Living life is the hard times and in the easy times, the times when things don't work out right, and times you gotta figure out stuff. That is living life. Everything's not gonna go perfect, right? And I love that about football. That you get a chance to figure it out, right? And one of my favorite Bible verses is 2 Peter 1:3. Through His divine power, God has already given us everything we need for life and godliness, and through the knowledge of Him who's called us to His own glory and excellence. And I think about that Bible verse, and I think about it often, right? I think about God's already given it to us. It's up to us to find it, right? And it's up to us as coaches to help our players find the area that God has already given us to be able to take ownership of. And so that's what I'm excited about.
I'm excited to get to work with this new coaching staff and learn from them, especially Coach Kez, just with his experience, and I just making new relationships with all these guys.
This season I'm excited to being able to rebuild from last season after a rough record, being able to come back this season with a new team, new coaches, and being able to showcase the work we've been putting in all over the summer.
Excited to finally see our hard work pay off. We've been working really hard in the off season, and now football season finally back, so we can finally show what we got. We can come together as a team and show everyone what we got.
I'm excited for the change with this new team and what I've seen so far. It's going to be a really good season.
Yeah, just excited for the season. I've been working really hard on the off season, but also just going out there with all my teammates. The relationships I built over the summer, especially with new people coming in, but people from last season. But yeah, just really excited, especially to work with Coach Kez and Coach Terrell. Just excited to see what the season brings.
All right, if there are no more questions for the NFC Eagles, we want to thank Coach McCorvey for bringing his team out. Guys, best of luck to you this season. We're going to take a short break, and after that, we'll be joined by the Madison County Cowboys.
Check, check. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025
here at Hangar 38. We want to give a huge shout out to the Hangar 38 staff and Terry Johnston. She's done an amazing job hosting us. She's done a great job for basketball, flag football, and now for high school football. This is a great environment. Hope everybody's had a chance to grab something to eat or play some games. So a huge shout out to her. We also want to show some love to the Jaguars. They sent some swag down the way because they care about high school football here in the North Florida area, and that is a huge plus and a huge bonus. We're very proud to work with them this season. Right now on the panel, we have the Madison County Cowboys and their head coach, Coach Harris. Coach, thank you so much for joining us this year. We're looking forward to being able to hear from you about this year's team. Go ahead and let your guys introduce themselves and tell us all about Madison County football.
Well, we just want to say first, thank you for having us. It's one of the great events that's been put on throughout the state of Florida, but I'm going to tell you what, this one's the best one. I've been around a bunch of them. This is always my favorite one, man. I love coming over here. Appreciate all y'all do. So thank you. I'm going to let the guys introduce themselves, and we'll start over here with Dre.
You know what I'm saying? DeAndre Arnold from Madison County. I'm a linebacker, outside linebacker, you know, trust, big trust, zero.
Vincent Sanders, linebacker. Ezekiel Deanna, and linebacker.
Zay West, athlete.
Ocilla Christian, running back. Zakar Neal, offensive line, defensive line.
LJ Kermit, quarterback / athlete.
Brandon Williams, DN, tight end.
Oh, you got a question? I can tell.
I don't have a story to tell. You got a story to tell. I think the way last season ended, I think you got a great story to tell.
Yeah, last year was phenomenal, and memories were made, and the way the guys came together at the end of the year and really worked through the playoffs. You know, it's never an easy thing when you have to play the schedule that we have to play every year, but that's a testament to what was been built well before I got there at Madison County, through all the great coaches of the past. And, you know, when you have such a reputation, then finding a schedule is a difficult thing. So the way that they battled through that last year was a testament. Winning a state championship is always exciting. The question is, can you repeat? Because last year doesn't matter. It only matters about and you know, we have the most passionate fan base that you could ever imagine, and probably in all of Florida, in my opinion. But they are demanding. They expect it every year. So we know what we're expected to do this year, and so you know, the guys worked really, really hard. I'm really proud of them. I have a really good group of seniors. There's 23 of them. They've been through the program, been through the battles, understand what it takes. So, you know, we're excited about this year. It's got some work to do, though, but, you know, we're just going to try to take it one game at a time, and our first one's going to be Wakulla.
Coach, the last time we had, you know what's crazy? The last time we had your opponent in the room, it was Coach Willie Spears at Swanee. That just brought back a funny memory. I'll share that with you later when you guys are up on the panel. But Coach, you know, looking at how things turn out, the scheduling. Just walk me through that process, because a lot of times, you know, it's one of the things where coaches really they have to get a lot right. You have to think about a lot of moving pieces. You guys being in the rural classification, you have to think about travel, a lot of stuff. One of the things about a program is that, you know, for most teams, you are who you play, and the results of those games, they do matter. Talk to me about the thought process about what goes into the schedule, because I look at this year's schedule and it kind of mirrors last year's a little bit.
It is. Well, you know, we're still a 2-year cycle, so last year's schedule is just flipped to this year. You know, we're always going to play one of the more elite schedules because we want to be an elite team. And if you want to be an elite team, you got to play an elite schedule. And so for us, we're going to play as hard of a schedule as we can possibly play. But you know, the other part of that is, you know, we would like to play local teams. That helps a ton too. So you know, our guys are traditional rivals. Wakulla, Florida High, Swanee, Columbia. Those guys have always schedule, they never back down. Every time I don't even have to call them for a game. Most of the time they're calling me for a game. You know, those are the traditional rivals that we like to play, that give us everything that we've got. And in fact, Florida High is the only team that I have not beaten at Madison. But it's a little trivia question there for you. I didn't know if y'all didn't know that. But we're going to play those guys each and every year, and it's exciting. And you know, but building a schedule, you know, of course we would like to play a little bit more local teams. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to make that happen. You know, because when you play those local teams, you get a little bit bigger gate. The more you have to travel, the more teams have to travel. It becomes harder to fill up your stadium. And our fans are going to come out. You know, but it's always good when you get the other fan bases that's coming as well. But you know, we have some really good games this year. We get to go to Rains. It's always a good challenge. We're going to Apopka. That's always a good challenge. Of course, we got the traditional rivals of Swanee, Columbia, Wakulla, Florida High. Those are always on the schedule. We get to play a Lincoln, which is a tremendous team. We're going to open up with DeLand. I like to try to start with a team that's going to challenge us right out of the gate, and DeLand will do that. So you know, we're excited about the schedule. We know that when you play a schedule like that, though, you can't look forward, you can't look ahead, you can't look at any game. You got to take every game is going to matter. And it's not a traditional one rule schedule, but we feel like if we play this type of schedule, then when we get to the playoffs, if we can make it to the playoffs, then we'll be battle tested and ready to roll.
Pat Henson, 4 quarters. Question for the guys. Coming off the high of a pretty solid season like last year, just touch on the preparation and the approach for the summer and feeling ready and confident coming into the season for you guys.
Well, really, the guys are already like last year team. They won the state champ. This year we win nothing yet. So everything got to be proven in the weight room, on the field. You really got to show the coaches, like when you come in, like for freshmen, when you come in, you got to show the coaches why you want to play. Like teams, like people, like on our team, they like, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm gonna pass somebody else.
Coming into this season, we got high expectation, like. Because last year, the way we played tremendous, and we lost a lot of people. So this year team, we ain't showed nothing yet. So, like, it's high expectation for us, and we just working.
Like LJ said, we did lose a lot of seniors, a lot of great starters. I'm just ready to see what we produce this season right here. Just like the other guys said, we lost a lot of people last year, and everybody know we looking for a high expectation, and everybody on the team had bought into that. So we're really about to look in this year.
Question for Coach. What's, like you said, instilling that toughness and that preparation, what's been the approach for conditioning them and preparing them mentally and physically for this upcoming season?
Well, that starts in January. You know, and I know everybody does it. It's not like it's a secret. Like everybody, we talk about it all the time for our kids. Everybody in the state of Florida, it lifts weights. Everybody in the state of Florida runs. I mean, it just is what it is. It's the ability and the way in which you go about it. You know, we try to make sure that during the year it's not always sunshine and rainbows. You know, that we throw some curveballs in there, and how are we going to respond? Because it's never. And our guys have done a really good job of this. It's never going to respond good when things are going right. Right, that's not going to make the difference. The difference is going to be when adversity hits, and it hits every game. There's some kind of adversity in the game, and when that adversity hits, how are you going to respond? And so we don't really want to wait until the game time to figure that out. So we like to throw them little curveballs here and there, and during the workouts. Also, just in general, as we go along, things that would challenge them, not just physically, but also mentally. And also stuff that will challenge them to grow as a man, because growing as a man will make a big difference in who you are. Because, you know, when you were a child, you thought like a child, you acted like a child. When you became a man, you put childish ways behind you. And, you know, that's one thing that we talk about all the time, is that, you know, we want our guys to grow up and be men.
Coach Peter Holland, Tallahassee Democrat.
when it comes to coming off a state champion and want to follow up and try and repeat it, do you try to switch things up or try to do differently while trying to get the same result, or more like you want to stay consistent on what was working last year and like it ain't broken, don't fix it?
That's a good question, because that's a hard thing. Has his identity. And, we work really hard on finding each team's identity. Now, that's not going to change a scheme, or it's not going to change what we do. I mean, Madison County's been Madison County for a very long time. They've done things a certain way for a very long time. But every team has to find their little niche, their little identity within that. And so I think that's something that is it's an ongoing process. And like last year, I don't know if we really found our true identity until about mid-season. Mid-season, we really kind of found out exactly who we were when the chips were down, exactly where we were going to go. And truthfully, losing the 2 games late in the season last year was probably the best thing for us. It gelled us and decided they didn't want to feel that feeling again. And so, I don't know if I answered the question, but I think that every team has to find their identity. We don't change what we do, but we do tweak and mold and change things to our personnel.
Question for the guys. I had a chance to kind of keep an eye on the pace game last year. It was a tough contest, and I know that there were moments where it looked like you guys were up, and you for whatever reason, the ball didn't bounce your way. Your coach just mentioned that it's important that finding the identity and everything. Talk to me about what you learned from the adversity and being in a tough road environment like that.
I was the quarterback in the game, so like everybody kind of sort of picked the L on me. So like, it helped me grow in my mentally, like as a man, like to become like we're gonna go through obstacles, like we're gonna see different things, like you're gonna go through adversity. So like when we lost the pace, it helped us as a team to grow as men and become better as teammates.
Yeah, I'm piggyback off what he said. Like during the pace game, like a lot of teammates, like we was falling out. Like then, like when we lost that, after that we came back together, realized what adversity was. You know what I'm saying? Seeing how we can fix it, how we can do better. And a lot of things changed after that one, and that just screwed us. You know what I'm saying? Until like the win, the championship, really motivated us on the way there.
It taught me that we did a lot of good in the game, but we also made a lot of mistakes. So it showed me that you can do all you want to, but if you still got bad in there, you got to cut that out right there in order to achieve what you want to.
Yeah, like what Dre said, that game really brought us together. 'Cause after that loss, we was hurt, and then next week after that, we snapped right back.
Like Vincent said, that game helped me realize that no matter how much good you can do in the game, you always gonna find some little mistakes that you're gonna do. You can never be perfect.
Passing for quarters, coach. Briefly, just tell us the idea about. I know the team identity takes form throughout the season. I know you guys had a pretty solid season last year. You mentioned you did lose some players. Do you see any promising remnants from that team? With the new guys, who do you have coming back?
We got a good group coming back. We had a group of 10 seniors, and that group of seniors was a kind of a core group that really got us through a lot of stuff. So those guys, when they departed, I mean, you're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of those guys were 3-year starters. So when you start throwing 4 guys that started for 3 years, it does make a difference. And so you lose those kind of guys. Jason McDaniel was such a load at running back. He ran angry all the time and did some really, really good things throughout the year. Played really well. He was undervalued as a linebacker. He played both sides, and I thought he was a really good linebacker too. But you had O.J. Hodge, you had Sean Williams, you had a lot of guys in that group. Blake Hasty, Marshall Pike, 2 offensive linemen that were really solid. So losing those guys, it's who's going to step up. But in Madison County, that's what it's about. You're just one play away from playing anyway. We're still 417 kids in our school. We're still one rural. We play at a high level, but that's because of how hard our kids work. And so seeing these guys work, that's where you start to see the identity start to come about is how hard are they working in the off season? Are they putting in the effort? Is the worst player on the team trying to become the best player on the team? And that's where it really counts. And is the best player trying to be their best version? We talk a lot about how it's super important that you think it's cutting a rep and it's hurting you. You always hear that in the weight room. Oh, you're hurting yourself. You're not hurting yourself. You're hurting your teammates. And so those guys doing it. But like I said before, our identity, it might not be week 1. We might not find it week 1. It might be week 3, week 4. But we'll eventually find it. We have a good idea. LJ coming back. He's he'll be a 3-year starter for us. Kari at left tackle, he's actually going to be a 4-year. He started at the end of his freshman year, so he'll be actually a 4-year starter for us. Basically, the whole, we got some really good guys coming back. Dre's a phenomenal football player. We got a lot of speed. We got a lot of touchdowns coming back. Ryshard Miller scored 20 touchdowns for us. Quez had 8 plays over 65 yards last year at running back. So we got a lot of stuff coming back. We just got to find our identity and what we are and what we do. How can we be? One of the things that we preach really hard on is it's not about when you have the football, how good are we going to be without the football? And so, I think that's going to be a big part of it is, how much better are we going to be as a team, as teammates, because there's only one football and only one guy can get it every play. So finding that identity will be an ongoing process.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Madison County Cowboys, we want to thank Coach Harris for bringing this team out this year. We also wish them best of luck this season. We're going to pause to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be joined by the Wakulla War Eagles.
What we're really going to be is air raid, so look for 5 wide. Just be on the lookout for that, okay?
Welcome back to 4Q Media Day 2025, and we are here live at Hangar 38, and we want to give a huge shout out to Terry Johnston. She's done a fabulous job getting this space ready for us. She does a great job hosting our basketball and flag football media days, and we're very, very glad to bring high school football into the mix here at a great facility. I hope everybody's had a chance to kind of play some games and get something to eat. We also want to give a huge shout out to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They care about high school football here in the Big Bend area, and they set a ton of swag down our way. So we want to throw a huge shout out to them as well. Now on the panel, we are joined by the Wakulla War Eagles and their head coach, Coach Chiles. Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead and take a couple of minutes and talk to us about this year's edition of War Eagle football. Go ahead and take it away.
Mark, appreciate 4 quarters. Once again, y'all put an unbelievable event on each and every year. It's first class, and what you do for high school football around the Big Bend area, we really, really appreciate. This year, these guys have worked extremely hard in the weight room, not only in the weight room, but we've been to several camps. We've been all over a lot of different places over the summer. So, you know, hard work, there's not much you can say that hard work pays off. And that's what we try to instill in our young men, to keep your priorities straight. One of the things we talk about, we want to keep God first. We want to keep our family second. We want to keep our grades third, and then comes football. And football is a privilege to play. It's a privilege. It's not a right. It's a privilege. And I think as long as we can keep our priorities straight, be good teammates, then we got a great chance to be successful this year.
Now, Coach, one of the things that I've always like kind of, you know, you take a look to the left and right, and after a while you kind of look around and it's just like, man, it's been 16 years we've been doing this, and we've been able to kind of document so many things along the way with you and your program. Looking at the honor of being able to be in the Hall of Fame, awarded by the FACA, is just it's special. It represents not so much of the longevity, but the amount of young men that you've worked with over the years. Talk to me just about what that was like, being able to just get notified that you were going to be inducted.
You know, it was quite an honor, but, you know, I'm representing Wakulla for that award as well as Monroe, because I also coached there, and several good people there as well as Wakulla. But it's an award that is our county is represented, because you don't get those things. Number one, you have to have a great administration in order to win. They have to give you the things you need to win. You have to have great football players, and I've been so blessed to be able to have tremendous athletes at Wakulla that have really represented us and played at the next level, not only in college but also in the NFL, and done great things there. So we're extremely happy with that. You have to have good teachers that it's a community thing, and that award is represented by all the hard work. I'm just someone that accepting it for our county.
Coach, you know, no secret, when you put together, you know, winning season after winning season, you know, other schools, they come calling. Why Crawfordville?
To be honest with you, unless if you're from Wakulla, you'll never understand it. It's a family thing there. These kids grow up together. We play together. They start our youth league, rec league, and they grow up and they play with us all the way through. We don't have transfers in. Very seldom do we ever. I mean, I count on the number of my hands how many times we've had someone transfer in my 24 years there. We play with what we got, and we're very proud, and we work very, very hard. And to be honest with you, I wanted some place that I could raise my boys up that was a family atmosphere. And my kids, my own kids, you know, if they go to the rec park, they're taken care of. If they go out in the community, they're taken care of. If they do something wrong, I'm the first to know about it, because someone's going to call and tell me. So that's very special to me, and wouldn't change it for anything in the world. All
right, Coach, let's go ahead and talk about a little bit about what I would say, who are we replacing from last year's roster? Has you excited about this year's team? And actually, let's go. I think we need to introduce your team and who you brought with you.
Yeah, I'm terrible about that. You know, I've only done this for 32 years, and I haven't even introduced the guys who are actually doing all the work. But I'll let them introduce themselves. We'll start back here with Big Boy back here, and then we'll pass the mic around.
My name's Trent Barwick, and class of 28.
JDG, class of 2027.
Brandon Hayes, athlete.
Lee Green, DN.
Avion Thomas, athlete.
Andrew Nelson, safety.
Owen Cleese, quarterback.
Wyatt Brown, wingback, defensive end.
Alex Akins, left guard.
So these are some of our guys. These are some of our seniors up front, some of our underclassmen in the back. Talking about last year, some of the guys we had leave. I believe we had about 9 seniors last year. We got a good group coming back, a little bit more experience coming back. You know, but these guys, each team's different every year. And as Coach Harris said, you got to find your identity in each team. And we talked about that, you know, all summer. What is this team going to be? How close? I mean, are we going to grow together as a team? Are we going to come together? When adversity hits, how are you going to respond? All those things are very, very important in order to be successful. And as Coach said earlier, there's always going to be thorns, is what we call them. You know, every coach has a different saying for them. But God told us that there's going to be thorns. You know, how you deal with those thorns in life is how successful you're going to be. It's very important to win football games. That's why you keep the score. It's very important to be successful. But it's also just as important to be successful in that classroom. It's also just as important to be successful in their family, in their households, what kind of brothers and sisters they are, what kind of sons are they to their parents. So it all ties in. And that's why I coach. I coach because it's a family atmosphere at Wakulla. I coach because I have a chance to be a part of these guys' lives. I don't coach for anything else. That's why I coach. And what an honor it is to be a part of some young man's life that you get to. They're going to remember me the rest of their lives, good or bad, whatever I do. But they're going to remember me the rest of their lives. And I want to make sure that I do my best by them, that I can be the man that God's called me to be in order for them to go on and be successful young men.
Pat Henson, 4 quarters. Guys, if you could, we were talking about the richness and the tradition and legacy of Wakulla War Eagle football. Talk a little bit about the preparation this summer, mentally and physically, for upholding that standard and preparing to put a good product out on the field.
Yeah, I mean, as every school does, we work hard every day. But, I mean, it's just holding each other as teammates accountable and just pushing each other to be the best they can be every day, whether it's in the weight room, on the field, getting extra reps after. It's just, you be as good as you make yourself.
I would say it's a brotherhood at Wakulla, and we always lift each other up, make sure everybody's good, work hard together, win together.
I see we work hard in the weight room. We push in the weight room. We make sure each other right in the weight room.
We real competitive. You know, we like to practice hard, do everything hard. You know, we go at each other every day. So, yeah.
We push each other to our limits every day on the field, in the weight room, practicing and everything. Here at Wakulla, we hold each other accountable, like as teammates.
Like Wyatt said, we hold each other accountable. Iron sharpens iron. So without each other motivating and pushing through the reps, we can't get any better than our mindset.
That he said it. I was hoping someone would say it out of the way. That's our word. Iron sharpens iron. We want to go ones against ones. We want to play the best teams we can play. You know, our schedule's tough every year. We played Rains last year. They were in the state championship. Gadsden was in the state championship. Madison won the state championship. That's our preseason classic. And then you got our district, which is brutal. Godby, Suwannee, Baker County. I mean, it just never stops as far as each week. And if our iron's not sharpening our iron, that it makes it tough. So we go ones against ones. What do we do every day at practice? We do goal line. We're gonna get after it, because I think my philosophy. Everybody has different philosophies. My philosophy is you want to get your best against your best, and you put them down there on that 10-yard line or 5-yard line. You learn a lot about your team. You learn a lot about them. You're gonna know who's gonna stick their face in there. And I know you're not supposed to hit with your face, but it's football. I mean, you're gonna play physical and everything else, or you're not gonna win. You know what I'm saying? And so, those are things we do, and we take pride in what we do, and very, very fortunate with all these guys to, have a chance to get in this year to see what they can become.
Coach, like you said, getting to that goal line space, you find out what your team's made of. Do you see that it factor in them?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you're going to see the ones that looking for their mama. You know what I'm saying? When you keep coming after them, you know what I'm saying? But it's a toughness. It's a toughness thing, and you definitely find out which ones that are going to step up and which ones that, when the money's on the line and you need to stop on 4th and 1, who's going to be that guy you want in the game.
Are there any unsung heroes or players standing out, whether offense, defense, special teams, that you feel like you can really rely on and put it on their backs?
Yeah, I'm be honest with you. I'm hoping we count on our whoever that is, worst player, whatever you want to say, the one or the best player. We're counting on all of them. You know what I'm saying? They're all heroes in my book. And that last guy, he's trying to fight to be the top guy on our team. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to take, I think we have 42, 43 kids on our varsity. It's going to take all 42 or 43 kids fighting on the same page to be successful. Because that kid that might not get into the game, what he produces at practice is enabling the guys who are in the game to be great. So we're counting on everybody.
Question for the guys. Who's the funniest guy on the team?
I like to say Meatball.
Definitely Meatball.
I see that.
Probably Andrew Nelson.
I give it to D-Rock.
D-Rock.
I say
D-Rock. Derek Davis.
I'd say Walker.
We're going to have to put these guys in speech class, help them out in their interviewing style.
Hey, question for you, Owen. Seems like yesterday, it was like, 3 years ago, you had to come in, game at Bluntstown. Your brother broke his collarbone. You had to come in, you were like 14 years old. Fast forward, you go against a district game against Suwannee, and then you're starting in Pensacola in the playoffs. Talk about how you've come mentally from, starting as that kid that I'm just here because my dad's the coach and my brother's the starter, to now you're the guy.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely built a whole lot of character, because, you got to come in there. You're going in, you got 2 games left of the season. You got all them seniors relying on you to step up, make a few plays, and just fill in your part. It's obviously helped a whole lot. Coming in, you're always going to have those critics that are like, you're here because your dad's here, your brother was here. It's just, you got to ignore it, block it out, play your game. It's just always going to be there.
Owen, Tallahassee Democrat, Peter Hall. Want to follow up on that question. Just what about the beneficiaries of having an older brother who played before you and having a dad as a head coach? Just what are some of the tools and the trades that you just learned from them to be where you are?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, him being the head coach, I've grown up around football my whole life. I've been in Wakulla Stadium my whole life. It's just, I've also been playing under my brother my whole life. It's just learning from them every day, no matter what happens, whether I'm on the sidelines watching my brother, just learning everything he does, picking up any tips I can. And it's helped me tremendously learn, not only just physically, but mentally, how to play the game.
Let me tell you this too. So I'm tough on my own kids, just like Coach Hickman is. He's probably tougher on his own. You want to know the worst thing about coaching your own kids? Can anybody guess? Because they go home and tell their mom, and then I have to deal with it when I get home because the mom's going to take care of their babies. I'm just teasing. They really don't tell me too bad, but.
Coach, one of the things that, especially with the family environment that you cultivate for every player, talk to me just a little bit about the support. Who are the unsung heroes of Wakulla football? Could be an assistant, maybe another administrator. Who's somebody that helps your program year in and year out that could use a shout out?
I'm going to say my assistant coaches. So I think we have the best coaching staff around, period. I got a guy by the name of Marcus Farland that's been with me 20 years. He's our D-line coach, just a special man, special coach. I got our defensive coordinator, Grady Guest, been with me 19 years, does an outstanding job with the defense. I have several, pretty much my whole assistant coaches. I don't think I have anyone but one kid that hadn't been, I say a kid, he played for me. But I have a young coach that just started with us. The rest of them has been there 10 years or longer on our entire staff. And that's what makes it special. Watching these guys, we're all on the same page. We might be in meetings on Sunday, Saturday, arguing and getting after it. But when we leave that meeting, we're all on the same page. And those guys love these kids as much as anybody. And they're more the reason for success than I ever thought about being. Those guys are the guys that are getting after it in their individual drills and their teamwork, breaking down film that make Wakulla roll on the football field. So I'd say my assistant coaches.
Could you tell me the backstory of the nickname Meatball, please? I'm kind of curious.
I have no idea.
So when I was like 4 or 5, my grandpa, me and him used to speed skate in a town, and they said I looked like a meatball going around. So they just called me that ever since I was a little kid, and it moved up to high school football too.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Wakulla War Eagles, we want to thank Coach Cleese for joining us here at Media Day along with his team. Best of luck, guys. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by our next team on the panel. Welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Hangar 38. And now that she's in the room, I definitely got to give her a shout out, a massive shout out, Terry. Thank you so much for everything that you have done. You've been hosting us now for like 2 or 3 years with other sports. We're so happy to bring football here. I'm sure everybody's had a great time eating, playing games, and just having a good time. So I appreciate all your hard work and your staff. We also want to show some love to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They care about high school football here in the Big Bend. Sent a bunch of swag our way, and so we definitely want to show them some love as well. Joining us now on the panel, we have the Florida High Seminoles and their head coach, Coach Hickman. Coach, seems like we already know how this goes. We already know what to do. We appreciate you so much for being able to come out once again. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us about this year's edition of Florida High Football, and go ahead and introduce you guys and tell us who you brought with you today.
Yeah, I'll like most of the coaches have said, we appreciate Four Quarters and all the efforts you guys do to make high school football really good, and all of the media outlets that really come and watch these guys play and do a tremendous job. So I'll let these guys introduce themselves, start down there first, and we'll work our way down.
My name's Keenan June, wide receiver 2026.
Gabe Marley, athlete.
Cannon Cowley, quarterback.
T. Hackett, running back, class 2026, dog.
Jacob Payne, corner 2026.
Yeah, we've got, these group of seniors have represented us for a long time. Most of these guys have been playing varsity football for a long time. I think the bottom line for us is it's always about trying to play postseason football and play for a state championship. I don't think that those, we won't lower those standards with anything else. And I thought we had a tremendous season last year, played our best football down the stretch, but didn't finish the way that we're accustomed to and the way we want to. And I think that this group has the opportunity to come out and play good football and find out where we're at the end of the season. Like most of the other teams before us, we played a tremendous schedule, trying to set ourselves up for late postseason play. We had a great spring. Thought we played really well. Played a very good Choctaw team and performed well. Had a good summer, but now I think for everyone, you're going to find out where you're at and want to find out quickly, what you look like, what you're going to be, and then how you continue to develop your team and that chemistry as the season goes on.
Coach, what were some of those promising elements from the spring ball that you feel pretty confident about rolling into this upcoming season?
Yeah, I think our skilled guys, are very good. We played a lot of those guys last year. Certainly these guys that have been up here made a lot of tremendous strides, but were very good for us a year ago, but I think they're just that much better this time around. Having a year on your belt, I think Cannon's just that much more comfortable in the system. It looked that way. I thought Keenan has grown into the player that we certainly thought he could play. Had 4 touchdowns in the spring. Tegan, I would argue, is pound for pound one of the most dynamic playmakers in all of the state of Florida, and proved that again a year ago. And so, and then Gabe as well, just a guy that did it both ways last year for us, but I think this year will have more of an impact on the offensive side of the ball than he did a year ago. So, our skilled guys, the secondary has grown up. We played a lot of young guys a year ago. So I like where we're headed. I like that our offseason. I like what we've done since January. But now you've got to go do it for real, week in and week out.
Question for the guys. I know Florida has a rich tradition of really locking in the summer and really preparing. How ready and confident do you feel going into the season, and what are some of those key points that you feel like the coaching staff has really instilled upon you and prepared you for?
Definitely just staying self-disciplined and holding each other accountable. I mean, it's kind of just what it is. Everyone's working hard. Everyone's up at the morning, clocking in before our lift. I mean, I guess just definitely a brotherhood. We've all played together since middle school ball, so I think just having a brotherhood between us.
I feel like it's been said all day, but for sure, iron sharpens iron. I feel like we just go out every day and compete and just make each other better and just prepare for the season.
I feel like the importance of being intentional in summer workouts. I mean, everybody's out there. Every football team in the country is up in the morning at summer workouts. It just depends on who's doing it better, who's being intentional about their work, who's putting their head down, really putting their mind to what they're doing. I mean, that's the ones who's going to succeed.
I say us being consistent at anything we do, in the weight room, on the field,
and it starts off with like our mentality. Our mentality got to be straight and right before we do anything. So.
Yep, just like everybody else said, work hard, stay consistent. We have a saying at Florida High. It's the fourth quarter is won in the summer. So that's what we do. We work hard because during the fourth quarter, that's when you're going to really be tested.
Coach, one of the things that I noticed last season, especially, I look at certain games and I try to pick apart just different aspects, because I think when you add them together, that's what makes a winning caliber team, a championship caliber team. I noticed so much in the Mosley game last year, just being in a very adverse situation against a team I believe that was coming in undefeated, getting them at home, being able to kind of take advantage of their miscues. What did you tell your team, and how does that, especially piggybacking off of 4 quarters or the fourth quarter's won in the offseason, what do you think was the biggest thing that happened in that game that kind of just proves that, hey, this is the methodology we stick to and it works?
Yeah, I think honestly it was the culmination of the entire year. I think for the first time maybe in my tenure, we started off 0-2. That hadn't happened much. We weren't okay with that. Didn't play well in the Denellen game against a good football team. Played a very good Thomas County Central game. I think we found our footing in that game a little bit. And then I think we were 7-1 after that time for the rest of the year. And I think you saw the growth of that football team. It was a younger football team for the first time for us, maybe in the last 7 or 8 years, where we really had a lot of first-year guys. And so I thought that you saw that in the Mosley game by the end of the year. There wasn't any panic. I think we knew who we were, knew what we needed to do, and I thought our guys made a lot of really good plays in the fourth quarter. They were undefeated. I think they were ranked number 1 or 2 in the state at the time. But I think we felt confident about who we are and the type of football we were playing. And I thought we just played a very good football game, did that down the stretch until the last game, and didn't finish the way we wanted to.
Coach Hickman, you talk about the success the program has had. Coach Price with Madison County talked about the same thing, where it affects scheduling, And if you look at your schedule this year, it's another difficult schedule. You added Bishop Moore, who actually beat Denellen last year. How do you get your guys prepared week in and week out to go up against these teams like a Thomas County or somebody, you've got 50 more kids than we might have?
Yeah, I think the understanding of what it's going to take to win in the playoffs. I mean, every team in this state's really good. Every team in this state has talent, no matter where you're at or what the record is week in and week out. And so if you want to win down the stretch, then you've got to test yourself a little bit in the regular season. You've got to understand what that type of football is going to look like when it comes time, so that you can play your best football. And so for years we've done that. We've tested ourselves with many teams in the It's a lot of good football teams in the Big Bend area. You don't have to go far to find good to find good competition. But I think it does a really tremendous job of preparing you when you go to a Thomas County Central. That's an atmosphere that's outstanding. And I think you've got to be locked into what you're trying to do, the communication aspect of it, because when you play for a state championship, and most of these guys were on the sideline and a part of that, they're kind of the last group that have done that, you understand what that noise is like and what that competition level is like. So you've got to prepare yourself for that week in and week out.
My question is to Cannon. Cannon, going into you're going to be a senior, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's some of the excitement that you are as a returning starting quarterback, and is there like any specific goals that you wanted to accomplish individually?
State. Win the state championship.
Cannon, another one for you. You're kind of like not starting in the sense that Owen did, but you've had that varsity experience. You've been the backup for years. You've been developing to be the guy. How has working with Coach Hickman from I've known you since like 5th grade, so from like middle school to now, how has working with Coach Hickman and Jeremy and those guys before you gotten you to where you are now?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I give everything that Coach Hickman, old Coach Hickman, and all the guys that I've been under just teach me, I guess, just the baseline, like small details, just anything about being a quarterback. I mean, I remember Drew Farrow, Trey. I mean, they're all playing D1 ball, maybe not football, but just being under just top-level guys basically my whole life just brought me up to what I am now.
Pat Henson, fourth quarters. Question for the guys. What do you individually feel is the separating factor for your team this year?
I mean, the separating factor for our team this year, I feel like, is one, how we work and how we've been. Our team's kind of been together kind of the whole time. We don't have really any guys that been on varsity since 9th grade, so we kind of been together on JV, and then we kind of moved together up to varsity all at the same time. So I feel like that being together for that long just kind of helps us out on the field too.
I would tell you this. I think it's just the consistent level of football that it takes to be championship football. This group, and I think these guys individually, had flashes of brilliance last year. I mean, there were games that, Tegan rushed for almost 200 yards. Cannon threw for 300 yards. Gabe had a couple pick sixes in games. Keenan had some big-time moments. Jake had a couple big picks in the Madison game. But you've got to put that together week in and week out. And so I think there were flashes of what we could be, and I think the opportunity to play high-level football down the road, but you want to put that together. You've got to do that for 15 straight weeks, and you've got to grow within that. And I think that the experience is just something you cannot teach. You can only learn from it. And I think these guys have a lot of experience now that maybe they didn't have a year ago to draw from.
Coach, how have you and your coaching staff worked on positioning and putting the pieces together in that way?
Yeah, I mean, again, every year, every coach has said this. I think every year takes on a new team. You've got to find the puzzle pieces, and you've got to fit those pieces together. And, I think our coaches do a tremendous job. Like Coach Cleese has said, I've got a number of coaches that have been with me for 20-plus years. So I think that consistency within our coaching staff, we've added a couple really good coaches as well this offseason that I think will bring some new blood to it. But really, you want to put these guys in a position to go make plays, and I think that our system allows us to do that, both sides of the ball. I think you got to have great special teams play. You cannot avoid that. But these guys, again, they've got to draw from the experiences they've had in this past year that they can apply now.
Are there any elements of the team, whether special teams, offense, defense, that you really feel like you guys are going to shock some people in?
I don't know about shock. I just think that we're confident. You know what I mean? I think that, our group, we've got to replace a good senior class from a year ago. But, I think skill-wise, we've got a lot of guys that have a lot of experience coming back. Again, at the receiver position, quarterback position, those are positions we want to feel confident about, and we do. I certainly think on the back end of our football team, we feel very good. And then we've got to replace some guys up front on both sides. But again, I think the spring allowed us to do that. And I think that we've got a good group on both sides as well.
Question for the guys. What's been the bright spot this summer?
A bright spot for this summer, I would say, I feel like it started with the 707 from Florida State and Ocilla. We played great. We was all on the same page when we played. We made very little mistakes with a new team or an incoming team. And I feel like we just did great in that. That build us and build our confidence.
I would personally say that it's just spending time with the guys. I grew up with these folks. It's my last year. Throughout the summer, we compete, but we make it fun. And that's one of the things that I think kind of like our secret weapon, that and our mentality. So just the fact that we have so much chemistry with each other, that's why I believe that we are the great team that we have been and that we will continue to be.
I feel like, at least in the weight room and outside running and stuff, I feel like we've been more intentional about what we're doing out there. Oh, snap. Okay. And not just going through the motions, but, really putting our mind to what we're going to do.
What come for the guys and coach? What if you could give us one word, just briefly, that comes to mind off the top of your head when you define looking forward to the season? Give us one word that you would say to give us a definition for the season upcoming.
Accountability.
Trust.
I say hungry.
Dog.
Discipline.
I think Keenan's used a good word, and I think that I've seen that, and our staff has seen it with these guys being intentional about what they want to do and what they want to accomplish. They've been very serious, very productive about the opportunities they've had. Spring's been good, summer's been good, but they've been intentional about doing the kind of things you have to do at the right time to win high-level football games.
Okay, if there are no more questions for the Florida High Seminoles, we thank Coach Hickman for bringing his team out. Best of luck to you guys this upcoming season. We're going to pause to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be joined by Gadsden County. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Hangar 38. We're going to keep shouting her out because she's done a great job. Terry Johnston and her staff here at Hangar 38. If you've had a good time so far, that's the reason why. She's done an absolute amazing job making sure the gift cards and the game cards are available for you all, the food and the drinks and everything. So we want to give her a huge shout out. We also want to show some love to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They obviously care about football here in the Big Bend, Tallahassee area, so we want to show them some love as well. Now, joining us here on the panel, we have the Gadsden County Jaguars. Coach Evans, I'm going to let you go ahead and take it away, introduce your team, and go ahead and tell us about this year's edition of Jaguar football.
Well, first and foremost, we're happy to be here. Thank you for having us. You all always put on a great event. We're looking forward to trying to make another run this year. Last year we made a run and didn't finish. It was probably one of the toughest feelings I ever had to go through. That's been our off-season motto: finish, finish, finish. Brought a couple student athletes up here with me. I'm not going to take the show. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. We'll start with the right and come down to the left.
My name is Rodarian Jones, athlete 2026.
My name is Lazarus Chambers, quarterback, class of 2026.
Cameron Thompson, class of 26, offensive line.
Kyrie Wilson, athlete 2027.
Kamari Cramley, 2028 DB at Gadsden County High School.
Damaris Bunyan, athlete, class of 2026.
Dalen Green, linebacker, class 2026.
Lorenzo Barnes, linebacker, class of 2026.
Tyler Vickers, class 2026, receiver.
Coach, man, incredible last season. We had a chance to really watch you guys. I went all the way up to Tennessee. I saw you guys play a very tough Maclay football team. And honestly, I think I saw more in that game than any of the regular season games because I watched you guys fight back from adversity. There was just a lot of special talent on that team. But looking ahead to this season, how do you retain the mentality of being able to fight through adverse situations with a new group of guys?
At the end of the day, we're from Gadsden County. It's the Gadsden County mentality. I think it's like the third poorest county in the state of Florida. It's a real blue-collar mentality. Got to get it by your bootstraps. So at the end of the day, football and school are one of our ways out. So at the end of the day, it's the same motto with this group as last year. We got some new faces, got some of the same faces. But as long as I'm at Gadsden County, the goal is going to be the same, try to play in the 15th game, and that's the goal.
Question for the guys. Again, special run last season, but, this year we turned the chapter, we turned the page into a new chapter. Talk to me about some of the things that you all are really focusing on going into 2025.
Going into 2025, just keep it the same mentality and going to finish the job, staying disciplined, and just getting better 1% every day.
I feel like just keeping our composure. It's a lot of people saying we can't make a run back to state. We just gonna show them.
And then chemistry, it's a lot of people from all over, so we're trying to make sure everybody on the same page.
Coach, what's been the bright spot this summer? I know we asked that. I think we asked that same question last summer, and really not knowing what you had, being able to go into this year. What's been the bright spot for you this summer, especially with this team?
The bright spot is just seeing these guys come to work every day, blocking out the noise. You hear something new on social media every day, Gadsden County this, Gadsden County that. They're blocking out the noise. They're coming to just work. And I think the bright spot would be having so many guys with offers and things like that nature. Usually, sometimes they get in the mode of, well, I have this, I don't have to work as hard, or that's just the motto, go to school. Our guys with the offers have been some of the guys working the hardest. So that's just a testament to their home, their parents, what the coaching staff has been instilling in them. But I would say the bright spot has just been their work this offseason. if you came to our practice or one of our workouts, you wouldn't know that we went to the state championship last year. You're just going to see a hungry group of guys that are looking to build their own legacy. Last year's team was their legacy. This group has to build their own legacy.
One more question for the guys. A lot of what I've seen, especially in and out of programs, you look at certain things. You look at size, you look at speed, you look at strength. Talk to me how you guys hold each other accountable. Who pushes you? Who's the person that pushes you on the football field and during practice?
I feel like the whole team push each other. We're not finna watch nobody just slip up and slim on weight or not running hard or nothing like that. I feel like everybody keep everybody accountable on the team.
Yeah, just piggyback what off he said. We hold everybody to the same standard, no matter who we is, no matter how many offers somebody has. We all do the same thing. We all work as hard.
Coach, X's and O's, you graduated quite a few guys in some critical positions. Talk to me about who's next up in some of those spots.
The team. At the end of the day, I take nothing away from last year. Last year's team was a historic team for Gadsden County. They set a lot of trends. They set our school, not just the football program, our school in the direction that we want to be going. So I want to first say that, like last year's team, we owe everything to them. We love those guys. This team this year will probably be from top to bottom, probably the most talented team I've ever had. We got guys at every position. I got the best quarterback in the Big Bend area. I know a lot of people go on based on emotion. Every coach is going to say their quarterback is the best quarterback in the area, but if you pull up LZ stats from last year, they're going to say exactly what I'm saying, best quarterback in the area. So just him leading the offense this year. Last year we were mostly a run-heavy offense. This year you're going to see a lot more balance. The receiving core is full. We got a quarterback leading us. The running back room is not going to be a drop-off. Got 2-3 great running backs this year. And most importantly, this would probably be the best offensive line that I've had. So that's usually how you win football games in the trenches.
Question for Lazarus. Lazarus, what really drawing you to play for Gadsden County, and obviously coming from a state champion, playing in a state championship? What is something that you feel like you would bring to the team so they can get back to the state champion and win it all?
I don't think I could bring nothing to the guys. The guys work hard, so I feel like I just came to play a role in going to the state championship with my passing game and my feet. Yeah, that's it.
To piggyback on that, for him, he brings a lot to our offense. Not, like I said, not just with his arm, his legs. His first days out there, he was getting the offense lined up, calling out what defense they were in, telling guys they should stop when it's zone and not man. So at the end of the day, he brings a lot to our offense. I'm really excited to have him in the program, and I think he's going to be that missing piece to get us over the hump this year.
Coach, I think I've seen the kind of energy coming out of Gadsden County like I've seen last year, and in understanding how much people care about the brand of football that comes from the Quincy, Havana area, really throughout the county. Coach, you got a lot of unsung heroes that support your program. If there's anybody that's been supporting Gadsden County football, who are those people that need a shout out?
Man, it's been a lot. From the Shawana Moys to the AJ Bushes, to the Mr. Hattons, to the Mr. Davis, to the parents we got out here with us right now. It's just one big family. I can't really pinpoint just one person, but at the end of the day, since I've been there, I've been welcomed with open arms. These guys been welcomed with open arms. The community loves them. Like just about 3 weeks ago, I think we did a photo shoot in the community. People were riding past, letting the windows down. You would thought they were in college and stuff. So at the end of the day, the community's been awesome as a whole. We want this year to be bigger and better, and just show them that we are going to be consistent. It's not a fly-by-night.
Coach, you mentioned that you said that this might be the best offensive line that you have so far. Could you specify a little bit more detail why this offensive line could be the best that you've seen so far?
No doubt. Nobody would doubt the heart and soul of our team. He's not here right now. Jamari Clark. He's been a 4-year starter at Gadsden County. He's at work right now, so he couldn't make it. He's going to lead us this year. We got Jacoby Green, who has been with us 3 out of 4 years of high school. He went to Niceville for his junior year. He's back. Everybody who knows his huddle film, it's self-explanatory. Once you turn on Cameron Thompson's huddle film, it's going to be self-explanatory why he has SEC offers. Marquez Fowler, Ron Smith been in the program, waited their turn since their freshman year. They have had awesome springs for us. Landon Hester came back home to Gadsden County. So this offensive line doesn't just have 5 linemen. I think they have like 7, 8 guys that could start for us on Friday, and I could be comfortable. And they just work well together. So just seeing their work ethic and everything, I'm just excited for them.
Coach, I heard this at SEC Media Days. If your team is trapped in a cage, who's the first player to break out?
Man. Well, I say this. I got a team full of dogs, but there is a guy on the team, Darius Simmons. He's like 6'4", probably about 3. I don't know. Between Darius Simmons and Jacoby Green, that would be I'd pay to see that.
Now, who's the guy that's going to go back and break everybody else out?
That's probably going to be Lorenzo Barnes or Tylen Vickers. Probably one of those guys. I looked at Dalen. It might have been him, but Dalen's the type of guy who was like, they got themselves in there, they got to get themselves out. So he's more so of a to himself kind of guy, but it'll probably be Lorenzo or Tylen. They're more the peacemakers.
All right, one final question for the entire team, Coach, yourself included. Give me one word to describe this upcoming season.
Mine would be finish, but I'll let the guys see if they have something else.
Dogs.
Having confidence.
Discipline.
Compete.
Grit.
I'll say finish.
Confidence.
I say accountability.
Tough. All right, if there are no other questions for the Gadsden County Jaguars, we want to thank them for coming out to Media Day. Coach, best of luck to you guys this season. We're going to pause and take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be joined by our next team on the panel, the Chiles Timberwolves. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025 here at Hangar 38. I want to give a huge shout out to the Hangar 38 staff. Terry Johnson has done a great job making sure that this is a first-class event. We also want to show some love to the Jacksonville Jaguars who care about football here in the Tallahassee area, Big Bend area. We definitely want to show them some love for all the swag that they gave out to us. We appreciate their efforts in making sure that Big Bend football is on the map. Joining us now, we have the Chiles Timberwolves and their head coach, Coach Bill Reagans, and his team. Coach, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to start here on the right side and let him take it away.
Blaine Revel, class of 26, strong safety.
Alex Asantes, class of 2026, linebacker.
Gavin Ford, class of 26, quarterback.
Thomas Matthews, class 2026, wide receiver.
Cade Fryer, class of 2026, receiver.
Jayla Collins, class 2026, cornerback.
Jacob Stats, class of 26, defensive end.
Coach, I appreciate the leadership class that you're trying to put on here. So we're going to go ahead and fire away. First question, I'm going to go ahead and ask Cade. Tell me a little bit about the improvement from last season to this season, just really in the, I would say just in the offensive game. Let me know about what the mentality has been this summer. What areas have you seen improve, not just among yourself, but also among your teammates?
Well, I feel, we got our offense is completely different. We got new guys, but, I feel like we all this summer work, went to camps, but then still, came ready to work at the workouts. But I'd say, we got two really good running backs. We got a quarterback that can do everything. So, and we just it's gonna be good.
I guess from as many people as want to chime in, every year is different. How y'all feeling about this year? If it's good, why is it going to be good?
I feel we're more ready. We're just we got more confidence. I feel we know what we're getting into, and we know that we feel that we can beat these teams, and we got more confidence than we had last year.
One thing I've noticed coming in is the team chemistry. The team chemistry is very strong with this, especially being an older team. I would say they've been playing for a while together. But yeah, that's the main thing I've noticed is the team chemistry.
Pat Hansen, 4 quarters online. Question for the guys beyond just conditioning. What's been the approach with your mental as far as preparing for the season?
I would say our main mentality is no plays off, no reps off. We got a lot of great guys in our core offense, defense as well. So I feel like holding each other accountable as well as making our reps count, not slacking off, making sure everybody's getting the right reps, doing the reps right. That has been one of the key things that we've been focusing on this year.
Coach, what's been an area that you and your coaching staff are really honed in on sharpening in this offseason?
We were coming into the spring. We knew we had to work on our defense a little bit. We graduated a lot of really good players on defense and have a few coming back, but not many. So we tried to develop our defense, working on in the secondary and then our front seven, trying to beef up a little bit and be ready for the grind. There's a lot of really good teams in the area and on our schedule, so we have to be ready to stop the run and prevent the pass. All those things that everybody works on. We're trying to all work on that, but we had to put a little bit of an emphasis because we did graduate so much defensively.
Gavin, right? That's what you say? Okay. Gavin, what really kind of stuck out with you once you enrolled with Chiles, and just tell me about the chemistry that you have with your guys, and what is some of the expectations that you want to bring for yourself for Chiles.
Well, when I first got there, they were very welcoming. Definitely felt like I was wanted in the place where I came. But yeah, they were very like I went on extra like weekends. We would throw, get those extra reps in. But yeah, I think them just being very welcomed. Yeah, that stuck out.
One of the things, especially when you look at the landscape and how things well, for me personally, I look at the landscape and I see how things have changed, but I'm sure you guys are really focused on this upcoming season. Talk to me just a little bit about what do you tell the guys coming behind you, the underclassmen? Are you active in trying to make sure that they hold up the standard of Chiles football? Are you repeating some of the same things that your coaches have said to you, to them?
I would say one of the main things we try to preach to them is don't be afraid to ask questions, because we were freshmen a couple years ago asking questions, and because I'd rather you ask questions than mess it up, somebody gets hurt. Now we're down a guy because you were afraid to ask a question. So I think making sure that they're not afraid to ask questions and keeping up the best as a standard is one of the two of the main things we focus on.
We do try to make sure that the young guys pay attention when the old guys are out there giving rep or going through reps, and I'll challenge our old guys to always take the young guys under your arm and teach them and show them what they missed, help them understand what they're supposed to be doing at all times. It's when you have an older group, you have a lot of good seniors. That shouldn't be an issue, and it really hasn't been an issue the whole time we've been at Chiles. I've been extremely proud, especially with the defense, the young guys, making sure the young guys knew what to do and when to do it, and how what was expected of them, to run to the ball every play, take tackles, don't miss tackles, all those things. And the same thing on offense. We try to make sure that there are people at each position that are trying to lead the younger guys.
Question for you. On just the wins and losses, what does a successful season look like for you all?
Well, I mean, if our kids learn how to compete, because there's so many good things you can get playing football and any sport. The hard work and dedication, commitment, camaraderie, lifelong friends, all those things are going to help make football enjoyable, and it'll take you a long ways down the road. If you pay attention, there's a lot of good things you can learn in football. And I think we obviously at times have to emphasize different things other than that. So we put a lot into it. We make sure that they do well in school and take care of their books, because that more than anything is going to take you further in life than football. At some point, football, sports are going to end. So you better have something to fall back on. And we make sure that they all, if they leave Chiles High School to go play football somewhere, the last thing I tell them before they leave is don't come home without an education, without a degree. And all these guys have the ability to go and play at the next level. There's a lot of opportunities out there these days. Schools everywhere. It's just a matter of finding the right fit for each kid.
What is the most positive point of improvement that you've noticed and observed from your team from spring ball, summer workouts, and everything that you're really confident about?
I'm extremely proud of our kids, just the fact that we don't have a lot of nonsense going on in our program. We've I don't know if the knuckleheads decided they didn't like being out there because they were always getting in trouble, or maybe we converted some of them into good kids. I don't know, but I think we got a whole locker room full of good kids. I think you can win a lot of games with that. Hard-working kids that are committed and dedicated to everything you're doing. and I think we got that. We got more kids than we got lockers right now. That don't mean they're all football players, but we're gonna bring them along and teach them how to play football, and then again, they're going to get the advantages of learning all the things, the valuable lessons that you learn in football.
Questions to the players. Obviously, you all have the team goal, and obviously you want to get into the playoffs, get into the state. What do you feel like you guys can do individually, like what you want to accomplish, or what you want to improve on to reach that team goal?
I think the main thing is trying to hold your teammates accountable, no skipping reps, and just make sure they're doing their stuff.
I think we need to, or individually, I think I need to focus on, being the best leader I can be. It's a senior year. You just need to hold everybody accountable, but also just, hold yourself accountable and just be ready to work every day.
I think one thing that'll help everybody out is taking it like one quarter at a time, one game at a time, instead of looking ahead saying, okay, we got X amount of games till the season's over or whatever. Taking it one game at a time, one quarter at a time, one play at a time.
I guess this question's for Jacob out here on the end. At least when I think of Chiles last 5+ years, I think about the line. What's that unit bringing to the table this year? And just tell me a little bit about some of your guys and what you guys got going on.
I think we're going to be bringing a lot of pressure this year. We got 4 good D linemen, and I think as we just stay low, cover each our assignments and whatnot, I think that will put on a good show for the season.
Question for the guys. Looking at last season, there was like 3 or 4 games where like one score would have gotten you guys over the hump in quite a few areas. And I know, Coach, I'm asking them first because I already know. Most of that, comes down to either execution or being able to rely on your teammates. Which do you feel like should be the focus going into this season? Is it more execution or is it more trusting your teammates?
I really think that goes hand in hand, execution and holding your teammates accountable, because I feel like a lot of the things we slipped up on last year was like somebody trying to cover another person's assignment because they didn't think they had it. So I think a lot of those scores came from just slip-ups in our coverage and whatnot, or like somebody just not being in the right gap. So I think as long as we honestly do both of those things very well, then I think we'll have a successful season.
Coach, would you like to elaborate on that question either? The one score games, there were about 3 or 4 of them, and I know that can be frustrating. But tell me about what you saw, because sometimes it can be execution, but sometimes you can pick out some things that most people just wouldn't see.
Yeah, well, we've had some rough luck over. They say you start out and you lose a lot of games big, and then you lose a lot of games close, and then you start, hopefully we're going to start winning some of the close games, and then you win big. That's kind of the 4 stages you hear people talking about. Lose big, then you lose close, then you win close, then you win big. But sorry.
No, it's okay. I know Bobby Bowden said.
Yeah, that's Coach Bowden, and I love that. So I think we were right there so many times over the last 2 years, and if we could, make a play here, make a play there, that would be the difference. We were right there in every game. That's what I love about our kids. We may not have the most talent all the time, but we got kids that are going to play their guts out, and they're going to fight to the bitter end, and they're going to give it everything they got. So, sometimes, having great individual talent doesn't always produce wins. I hope that as a unit, when we start playing together, we will start winning some of those close games.
One final question. How does the season end for you guys?
Obviously we hope, the goal is go to the playoffs and go as far as we can. But I just we got to, like he said, play one game at a time, and I think in the end we'll get the results that we want.
I think the goal this year is obviously to get to playoffs and hopefully get to state and win that. And I believe last year was a lack of focus, and this team is a lot more hungrier. We all played together since freshman year, a lot of us, if not middle school. So, I think we're a lot hungrier than last year and focused.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Chiles Timberwolves, we thank them for coming out to Media Day. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be joined by the Lincoln Trojans coming up next. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2025. Last but not least, the Lincoln Trojans and their head coach, Coach Jackson. Coach, man, thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate it. Before I let you get started, I definitely want to show some love to the Hangar 30 staff. They did an amazing job today hosting us. We look forward to coming here for all of our events. They did a great job hosting flag football and basketball, and now for high school football. We appreciate everything that Terry Johnston and her staff have done. Great job. Also want to give a huge thank you to the Jaguars, sending over some swag our way and in support of high school football here in the Big Bend, Tallahassee area. Without further ado, Coach, I'm going to let you take it away. Introduce yourself and your guys, and go ahead and talk to me about Lincoln Trojan football.
Coach Matt Jackson, head coach at Lincoln High School. To my far left, I have one of our starting offensive linemen, Mr. Aiden Luna. Then we have the Jet here, Cameron Paul. Our quarterback here, Taylor Jacobs Jr. Right here to my right, one of our linebackers, Mr. Caleb Anderson, senior. Next to him is Keyshawn Richardson, one of our junior safeties. And on the end is Mr. T.D. Huggins, the powerful running back. We're just excited to get started. I got a great group of guys sitting up here with me. I got a great group of guys in the locker room. I got a great coaching staff, support staff, from my boosters to my administration, even the faculty staff at the school, which has made my job a lot easier to come out and coach these guys and kind of instill my vision. And then they've done a phenomenal job of kind of taking what, things I want to do or implement and trying their best, at least to, we got work to do, but they're trying to get better every day. And as a coach, you can't help but appreciate that. Again, like I said, we have a great locker room. I think we got a great bunch of guys. And I'm just excited to see what they're going to do August 16th and beyond.
Coach, you got a decorated coaching staff. This is guys that have been really all over the Big Bend and have acute pedigree. How does that work in terms of, and really just kind of, how does that give you guys an advantage at each position group?
Development. That's the one thing that we are big on is development. Our coaches, there's no egos in the room. There's a bottom line. All right? I didn't set the standard. None of the coaches that are on the staff set the standard at Lincoln. It's just our responsibility to live up to it. And again, like I said, I think I have a phenomenal staff that, like I said, we've been some different places, so those experiences come into play. We talk ball a lot. We bounce ideas off each other. Again, there's no egos in the room, so it makes it very meetings very fun. Game weeks are fun because again, you got guys who've been in different places, seen different things, different ways to attack different things, and so that's always kind of fun in the meetings to kind of talk ball and philosophies and stuff.
Now, Coach, I think it's 6-7 months now at the helm at Lincoln. Talk to me just about the transition and some of the things that you're trying to institute, not just to put your own thumbprint on Lincoln Trojan football, but also to carry on some of the tradition, really just a great tradition over there at Lincoln.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the biggest thing. Like you said, it's been a whirlwind these last 7 months, or whatever time frame it is. These guys kind of help me be able to keep my mind off of how long I've been doing. I just love coming to work. But at the end of the day, like you said, we didn't establish the tradition. It's just my job to uphold it. Like I mentioned about the coaching staff, they along with my other support staff, family, they've made it a lot easier for me to come out and just concentrate on football. There's some stuff that we do. We want to run this, to be honest, like a small college. We have some resources. We have a great booster club, and you only get high school one time. I tell the guys this all the time. So my job is to make their experience as best as it can be, and give them a fighting chance each and every Friday.
I guess my question for TD down here at the end. I remember catching I think it was a Florida High game. Running a couple people over from what I recall. What run game looking like? What can we look forward to this year?
Really have some guys on the O-line that we got coming back, and I feel like it's going to be the same. Nothing really changed. Just going to work hard, be confident in each other, and that's it.
Pat Henson, 4 quarters. I guess a question for the guys. We're used to some very close to football from Lincoln. I know that, past couple of years we had Howard and some other guys. I hear a lot of excitement about Paul here. If you could just, for the guys, just what's the overall mentality and feel you guys are coming in with, and what the coaches are instilling in you guys, and how excited are you?
We really excited. We just really good out there, have fun, be explosive. That's really the standard, so it shouldn't be nothing new.
At Lincoln, we have a tradition of winning. So this is really our mentality on offense is, hey, we want to strike first. We want to attack first. We have the guys to do that. We want to go score, air attack, offense, defense. We want to take over the game. That's what we've really been taught to do.
What's the preparation mentally and physically been like for you guys for the summer?
We've been working real hard in the weight room and with Coach Foodie, like on the hills and speed training, and we just feel like we're gonna bring it to the season and do some good things.
Basically, our mentality is, like I said earlier, we want to come out firing. We want to, what he says, find a way to win. That's our deal. And, we have a lot of chips on our shoulder this year. So, we have guys who are hungry. We talk about that every single day. And I feel like that mentality, it just helps us push forward.
This could be anybody. What do you feel like you guys improved on throughout the off season, and what do you feel like that's something that you want to improve on between now and going to week 1?
I feel like we improved on our mentality. Like, we're like a more hungry, not even hungry team, but like we know what we're doing now. That's what I should say.
When you look back on the past few years, on TV or just stats-wise, we see offense and defense, they feel as like, they have a bunch of chemistry. I feel like, over this offseason, me as an offense, offense as a whole, me transferring in January, I feel like chemistry and winning over the locker room was like a key thing. I would be out there with the guys whenever I could, just hyping them up, offense and defense, because at the end of the day, we're just a unit. Offense and defense can go against each other all they want to, but when it comes to Fridays, we're going to be putting on the same jersey. And so I feel like chemistry and winning over a locker room was key for us in the offseason.
Just for the guys, how did you, foster that chemistry and develop that? How do you get yourself to a point where you trust your brothers beside you, that you're going to fight for them?
Really built that chemistry. We're confident what the person beside me can do. I know what the person outside can do. I know what the person inside can do. So, and we see them work. We're working next to them every day. So, knowing that they're willing to work just as much as I can work, I trust them any day, any night.
Coach, one of the things that most new coaches do is they start assessing talent, key talent, and trying to put together pieces. And this kind of felt like the engine was already running in a lot of ways. Talk to me just a little bit about how you see this team coming together before the start of the season.
The biggest thing is, I think, and it was kind of answered a little bit earlier of how the locker room is. I think one thing about this team going forward is We got guys in the locker room, and not to say that we haven't had this in the past. Please don't get me wrong. I'm specifically speaking about this team right here. But this team, I think they genuinely care about each other. And as we know, as in any family, when you care about someone, you willing to go to bat for them. But at the same time, got to be able to hold them accountable. And that's one of the things that I'm really looking forward to is our leadership and how we continue to grow, our seniors grow, our returning players grow, and how they hold their teammates accountable and hold them to the standard. And I think we're on our way there. We have some work to do, which is normal, but I think we're on the way there. I'm pleased with what I've seen so far, but I know where I want us to end up at.
Coach, I think one of the things also about this team, and listening to players answer questions about the running game or winning over the locker room, talk to me a little bit about the other side of the football that's probably not so nice, the defense. Let me know a little bit about some bright spots on that side of the football. And I can see you smiling a little bit.
Yeah, man. So the first thing, right here to my right, I got, Caleb. Going to be one of our starting linebackers. Excited to see what he's going to bring. Obviously, he looks the part. He has all the physical tools. Now it's just excited to go see him and put it out on film. We have some other guys, again, right here to my right again, Keyshawn Richardson, a junior safety, real cerebral guy. Get our guys lined up, knows a lot about what we're doing, and, I think this year he's going to grow. Last year played as a sophomore. I think this year taking that next step, understanding what we're asking of him defensively, and now he's going to be more of a leader. He's not the most vocal guy in the world, but his actions speak louder than words. So I'm excited about that. Our D-line, we got some couple returning guys, Jalen Parrish, Jackson Mitchell, and then some other guys coming along. Our defense, our secondary, Paul Davis, Malachi Costa, Ja'Cory Davis, Ahmad Green, and then some other guys. I'm just excited to see what those guys are going to do. Kind of put a little bit of pressure on them, but anybody who's followed Lincoln football for the last several years understands that, our defense is going to be aggressive. We're going to attack. Hopefully we tackle well. I'm in the very fortunate position to have Jimmy Tyson as my defensive coordinator. Obviously, he was the head coach here last year. But now that I've accepted the headache of the other stuff that goes along with football, and he can just focus on being a defensive coordinator. I joke with him sometimes, like, now I'm excited to sit back and watch you eat. And I think he's going to have the guys ready. I think the guys are going to be ready. I'm just excited to get this thing going.
Yeah, be careful that Booster Club watching.
And I love them. And this is not, I don't know people. I have a phenomenal booster club. I mean, if I've asked for it, I've gotten it. If I haven't asked for it, I've gotten it. They made suggestions. And again, I talked about it earlier. You get one high school experience, and they're doing a great job of making sure these guys are taken care of. I younger guys, our incoming ninth graders, you better thank these guys in the locker room and, randomly, because what they've done for you, you guys are about to be spoiled. And that's a testament to my booster club and the phenomenal job that they're doing. We literally had a meeting tonight that we had to push back because we were here. And they didn't blink twice. Hey, see you tomorrow. They've done a great job, and I'm just looking forward to the things that they're going to be able to do for us down the road.
Yeah, I know it's a hard job. Just being the CEO. You got to answer to other people. You got to answer to parents, kids. You got to manage people on a different kind of level. But man, you guys are so decorated. You look at even down to the uniforms. I don't know of too many schools that have multiple helmet uniform options. So it really does speak to the kind of support that you guys have.
Yeah, I mean, again, we academically, Lincoln's a great school. Athletically, not only just football, our other sports are great too. Again, we look at the uniforms, the coaches. We take care of our coaches. Again, it goes back to the high school experience. We ask a lot out of these guys throughout the spring, the summer. Going to class in today's society. And so I feel like reward them is that's what it's about. Social media has blown everything kind of out of proportion, but at the same time we can use it to our advantage. I mean, again, like you said, how many high schools have and we don't even have all our uniform combinations here. So, I mean, that's a exciting thing and a headache at the same time as a coach deciding what the heck we're gonna wear week to week too. So, but again, you know, I know I understand how fortunate we are. I know some teams went away and that's it. And so, you know, the pleasure of being able to make that decision is you know, that's one of the things that sets us apart.
One final question for the guys. Quote your coach. What's the one thing that he has said over and over and over again? You're not going to forget it.
You know, my offensive line coach, Coach Maclay, he's always telling us be the most dominant guy on the field every play. As offensive line, you know, we're the most important guy on the field. You know, not 7, and so you know, just dedication and keeping a thing a thing.
I want to say as a quarterback, my OC or my quarterback coach, they would always say to me, never going broke taking a profit. You know, taking the short plays until the big play comes through.
Being a receiver, you know, no block, no rock. So make sure you block it at all times.
I feel like all the coaches just help us to take accountability. You know, they're not gonna let us slack off. Like in the weight room, if they gonna push us. Like if we on the last rep and it's move up too easy, they gonna make us go again until we strain ourselves, and we just gonna push us and make us better every day.
Coach Tyson is always do your job, make sure you know what to do. From Coach Jackson right here is just make sure you lock your arms out on bench press.
My running back coach always say we got to be the guy to make the plays, make sure that we got everybody set in front of us, and make sure we lead our offense.
All right, Coach, one last question for you. What's been the biggest thing you've learned from these guys?
Learn from these guys right here. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I mean, it's been so much, even though it's been a short time, you know, as the head coach, it's a lot. I'm trying to kind of winnow some stuff down. And not to say it like, you know, like we don't work, because like Caleb just said, you know, we do, but these guys like to have fun. And again, that goes back to liking each other and caring about each other in the locker room. But I enjoy watching these guys have fun together. You know, as the head coach, again, you get pulled in so many different directions now that sometimes you miss things, and you know, just watching them. And I texted the guys last night, hey, the energy that y'all had after flex, I need that same energy today. They don't know that I was watching them, but just watching them and the sense of pride that I have, you know, seeing that, I think that's the biggest thing I could take from it.
So much for coming out to Media Day this year, Coach Jackson. Best of luck to you guys. I wish you guys a healthy season, a successful season, and that will do it for Media Day. We definitely want to thank Hangar 38 and the Jacksonville Jaguars for being proud sponsors of this year's Media Day. We look forward to doing it again here in a great location. A super big shout out to the Hangar 38 staff for being in support of this year's Media Day, and we'll look to see everybody next year. If not, we'll definitely catch everybody on the sidelines.